Hello. Trying to see if the image went through. It looks like it did, and the audio seems to be moving as well. It looks like it's all good. Thank you, Skelly, for being first. Also, hello. Trying to see if there's anything. I think that's all should be working. Also, hello, Hannugi. Hello. It is a bit cold here today, so I'm actually wearing a jacket. Also, hello, Snake Bones. Whoa, you've done loads. Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like for me it doesn't feel like much, but yeah, I guess we've gotten some. I can show you guys. So we were here during the week, like we finished this part here. So again, we connected these foundation molds and also that one there. So now all of these foundation molds are connected. So the only thing remaining is to tie them up and add in some rebar. Since I was last here anyways, yeah, I feel like it's always nice to hear that there's been some progress, because I feel like when you're here, like for example this week I've been here every evening except for Monday, so I feel like it's a slow progress. But again, I'm not complaining really there. As long as there's progress, I don't mind if it's slow. Also, thank you Snake Bones for being not first. Yeah, sorry, it's a bit winky wonky. But yeah, so on this main building I've also like tied up these molds on the outside, both from below and above. So there's like two ties on each. I noticed there's one missing, so I need to add, I think it's somewhere there. There's like one like extension, so like two of those molds going like overlapping each other. There's only tyings on the bottom rebar, not on the top one, so I'll have to add that one. But so for today I was thinking what would be the goal for today is that in the design or in the drawings we need to add in rebar going basically everywhere. So we need to add in one rebar going like on the outsides and of course also in the insides. So I was thinking we would start doing those, because I think in the evening times, again like next week, I'll be working on the garage building then. So I'll tie these guys up again and stuff. But I don't think like tying things up is not something that like makes sense for the stream, because it's just like basically the camera would be like somewhere here and I would be just like sitting there going one corner at a time. So for stream reasons I feel like it would be better to do some like actual rebar placement instead of just tying up the previously placed ones. Whoop, you've been working hard. Yeah, I feel it. My body is also a bit sore, especially my legs, which is weird. But I guess I was like on my knees and stuff yesterday with like tying these up. So yeah, I was thinking, because we again, like I can show you the pile here. So we have like a pile of rebar here. So these guys we would start placing there. So I think the first one we could just like take a long one. I think these were 6 meters long. So we'll just take like a long 6 meter one, put it somewhere, and then from there on we start like making corners and stuff. So we'll just have to start somewhere. But yeah, we'll also have to uncover this bending spot here. So it's like protected by a tarp at the moment. But you've upgraded from being a gravel enjoyer to a rebar enjoyer. Yeah, exactly. It's nothing but rebar now. Can't believe this. There's also these like L corners or whatever you call this. I can show you guys. I can show face reveal, guys. Can't believe this. First time you're seeing my face. Wait, what? So these guys that we've been working on like weeks and weeks ago. So these would go like, basically once we add these rebars that go everywhere, we could then like start putting these guys in as well. But I don't think that's for today. So I think that's maybe for Sunday that we'll start placing these L rebars then. But yeah, so that's what I was thinking we would work on today. Again, it's similar to what I said, that the camera will be just like one place and I'll be just like going around everywhere, because I don't think it makes sense for me to drag you along. So I'll just put it like far enough and you'll just see me carry those things back and forth. I also need to get the tying machine. I think I'll tie them up as well while we at it. Also, hello Eguna. Oh, I'm so new here. I have never known one can use rebars to build the foundation. I'm so excited, can't believe this. It looks like you have a little blue tent for the rats there. Yeah, we'll see how many rats spawn out of this tarp if I take it, uncover it a little bit. What sort of visitors do we have underneath here? There's been a hell of lots of spiders inside the foundation molds. So that's been nice. So what the hell? I'm pretty sure this. Oh yeah, maybe it was just turned. like so. So yeah, now we have the bending table in use again, because again we'll start with the 6 meter long one, and then we'll have to start bending these. I think they have to overlap a little bit. I could maybe check the plans if it says how much do we need those rebars to overlap. I'm assuming it's something like 40 centimeters, but I'll see if there's anything, if it's mentioned. Also see there's some WhatsApp messages, but I'm assuming it's nothing important. So let's instead check the design, if there's anything about the rebar overlap, because they have to be like tied together so it like forms a sort of solid structure. Let's see. I wonder where it would be actually. Oh yeah, it's said here. Yeah, 40 centimeters. Yeah. Oh, it's actually said here 400 millimeters, but that's the same as 40 centimeters. We'll also have like a few of these piles here, so you may see them that I've like yet to bend. So we'll see if we run out of those, then we'll start bending these again. And we also might have to cut some more of these, but we'll see. But yeah, I guess for this first step we could start somewhere. Wondering what place would make the most sense, or what does it matter? Guess we'll have to do equal amounts of bending regardless. So I'm just thinking if we... Actually I could check the measure, because again these are 6 meter long ones. So let's say that I put in like one long 6 meter one going that way, and then the next one I'll bend a corner and put them overlapping and then continue. Actually now I just remember the first thing I need to do is I need to make a marking stick. So I'll have to saw some sticks that's like 30 centimeters long, so that the rebars go in the middle of this foundation mold. So I'll just measure the 30 centimeters where to place them. So actually we could start with that. So let's take you back instead. Wonder which stick will I use for that. I also hear the chat phone squeaking. So again there's some rat ASMR for you guys. No, don't destroy the rat tent, can't believe it. Spider's best company. There's also been like quite a lot of dead, like I think it's like daddy long legs or whatever those are, which I'm like curious about, because it could be that they just like they've lived and then just like die of old age. I'm assuming something like that. I doubt the foundation molds would be the thing that kills them. But yeah, so now I have a saw. I think I will need to find a stick of some kind. I think I know where to find one. And then of course I need a measuring tape as well. So just bear with me while I get all the tools we need. But yeah, how are you guys? What's up with you? Anything worth mentioning has happened? There's a stick. Guess while I'm here I could also go and get the tying machine, because I'm almost at the van. Should speed up the tying part quite a bit. I have a grand adventure ahead of me on Sunday. Waking up at 6 a.m. to make a morning train to Helsinki, play some board games about 9 hours, and get back to Tampere before midnight. Yeah, that sounds like a solid work day's worth of board gaming. Is it an event of some kind, or just like something you organize with your friends? But yeah, I was a bit late to the stream again, as seems to be the case more often than not. So that's why I'm like starting this with just getting all the tools I need. But yeah, that sounds like fun. I think they also have, like my brother mentioned, there's like a board game event in Oulu this weekend. I think he'll be attending. I think I'll be here. I'll be here instead. Although I have to say I'm not sure if I'll be here tomorrow. Depends, I guess, how far we get today. Continuing our campaign game we've had going on at the previous company. We simply must finish it. Oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Also now I noticed there's another stick I could have used. Actually see if either of these are better in length. Because again we need a 30 centimeter one. I guess we could, or maybe I should check the plans again. Because there could be, we could make it a bit shorter. Because the rebar of course is like a centimeter thick. And I guess if anything we would like the rebar to be on the outside instead of like the inside. So for that sake we might make it shorter than the 30 centimeters. But the question is, do we want it to be like sharp ended like this is? We could also maybe just cut it from here. So it would be sort of sharpish but not like actually sharp. So somewhere here I guess. I would have like a power tool for this as well, but getting them out and putting the battery on them and all that stuff just for this one, so I feel like it's just gonna be easier to do this by hand. Easier to do it by hand. Like so. So this should now be a bit shorter than 30. Yep, I think that's good. So now we just need to remember to use this on the outside when we place the rebar next to it. So basically we'll go on the foundation molds, and when we place the rebar going all the way everywhere, we just make sure that it's like this far from the side, from the outside side. So yeah, that should be all good. So yeah, I guess then we could carry one of those rebars in there, see how well this starts working. I was wondering, do we actually start with a corner, or if I'm just gonna bend one? It's also gonna be interesting bending these, because again I'll maybe show you guys. I'll turn you guys a bit, because these are 6 meters long, that if I put them here they'll be like bending on both ends. So I wonder if I need to put some kind of table or something there. We'll see. I'm machine embroidering some custom orders. I think the machine senses when I'm not watching it do its job, as it then starts to cut the thread and other evil stuff. So I'm stuck here. Good to have your stream to watch now, very nice. You'll have me as a audio background while you're intensely staring at the embroidery machine. Very nice. Also thank you for the green card. Actually I need to reset that. I don't think I remember to reset the cards complete. The one time we started with a green card. Diabolical of me. But yeah, that's on me. But yeah, so I think we could try this out. Just placing one of those long ones. Because again, it doesn't matter where we start with those. Start with those corners or whatever. So let's say we put some like going in. Oh man, here's a new, thank you very much, very nice. Can't believe Kelly countered it with the red one, forgetting to reset. Can't believe this. But yeah, so we would like to put in a 6 meter long rebar and see how well we can bend it. I feel like the problem with the, let's say we put up a table or whatever, we can only put it on one side because of if the, we're bending the other side, so it will be like moving on the table. I have to say this might be easier if there was two people here, but that is not the case. So actually we should push this guy forwards. So let's say we bend it like this. It would mean that that side gets flung over there. So we'll see. We'll see what happens, guys. Because again, we could lift this side up. This side should be unmoving. Well, I guess it moves to like here when we start bending it, right? I feel like I can see the bolts there are like hella loose. It's just giving me a bit of stress. Guys, I'm confident in this. Absolutely not. So let's place it here for now. Let's see if we start bending it, what happens. I feel like the whole thing has moved quite a lot. But this guy would need to go above this. And then when we start bending it, it would go. Well, I guess this could work. But this bolt here is like everywhere. I guess it's good. Let's see what happens. I guess this could work. I have to say there's one like, I don't know if you guys, I think you can see them. There's like these iron wires going up and down, so I think we might have to get those out of the way, because I feel like if it turns here it will get stuck here and that won't be good. I wonder if we could, yeah, no way. I was thinking if we could like pull it out, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Maybe that's already enough. Guys, you didn't come to an amateur stream for no reason. This is the amateur business now. I was wondering if we place something so that it would be around the same level as this guy is here, but let's do the first one. We're experimenting. I like the sounds already. It's a crazy sound. It's coming from like, I think it's because these guys are like ripping on each other, but it sounds like it's coming from here, which is weird. Now again would like it to be in like a even 90-degree angle, but it's actually hard to tell when it's long. It also like reverts a little bit. Now the question is, how the hell do we get it out of here? Can't believe this. Guess we'll have to like start pushing one side. Good foley, complete. Also, hello Mastema, hello. How's it going? It's going a bit slow at the moment. We'll see if this picks up or not. I feel like this definitely would have benefited from having another person here. Let's see if I can. So I would need to turn it like this, and yeah, I guess then I can pull it out. So yeah, that would be our first corner then. Very nice, guys. We done did one corner. It's gonna take me the whole day if it's this fast. But I guess I had no other goals for today, so might not be too bad. But yeah, so I'll turn you guys around then, so you can see where I'm gonna place it. But I don't think I will be, I guess, a bit far away at the moment. But if we start from the closest corner, you should be able to see what I mean with this whole thing. Done with one corner, yeah, exactly. How many do you need to do? 4. We would need to do actually let me show you guys. We would need to add that rebar everywhere. So we would need to, not just the outerior corners, but like, let's say we start with this corner here. So we start with placing this guy. It would go from somewhere like here to maybe somewhere here. And then we continue with that going this way, and of course going that way. But in addition, we'll need to add one that goes this way, one that goes that way. And again, like everywhere inside here, we need to add one rebar. So there's quite a lot of rebar to be added. So yeah, it is a bit slow. I wonder if it would make more sense to do this like on Sunday when Eguna could also be here, so I could have like someone to help me. Because I feel like this might be something that would be faster with 2 people. But then I guess the question is, what will I do today if not this? But yeah, I can basically leave you guys here for now, because what I'm trying to do now is I would place it somewhere here then, and it would go on top of these ones we've set. So these were set like on purpose to be around 15 centimeters inside the concrete. So when we place it above it, it would be below the surface of concrete, because there will be like 20 centimeters of concrete. So it should be below the surface, but like quite close to it. But yeah, I have to say the rebar is a bit wonky looking, but I think the corner we made is solid. But yeah, just carrying this thing is a bit hard because it's such a awkward shape. Although I have to say, like, carrying a straight one is also awkward. I guess it might be better than that. So I'm coming with the rebar. Oh yeah, there's gonna be an added challenge here because we have to go underneath the God damn, guys, we need to go underneath the rope here. So there's a marking rope here for the corner of the garage building. We would need to go underneath it. But I have to say, this is harder than I assumed. Harder than I expected. Let's put it underneath first. Also gonna get some dirty clothes, but I guess that's not a biggie. So it could go something like this. I guess we'll have to use the stick to get the measures. We'll have to pull it a bit further. Also pulling this thing is doesn't feel too good because it like gets stuck on everything, like, because it's like threaded sort of. So it's like hard to move it without lifting it. But yeah, if we measure it, then we need to put it forwards. I like the sounds. Already. Something like this. And then we will need to also put it that way. A bit too much maybe now. Something like this, I guess. Again, it's not like completely straight, so it is a bit wonky. But I guess if we tie it up at some points, we could then, like, when it's, let's say, we tie it between these two, because this is not too bad at the moment. So then we can start bending it that way when we tie it again. We'll see how well it ties, because I think doing like a corner tie like that should be good. So it should come in quite stiff, quite nice. But yeah, I think we would also make a 40 centimeter stick, because then we can like check that we have enough overlap. Because again, I mentioned that when we continue with another rebar, we'll have to make sure that they are overlapping by 40 centimeters. So we have another measuring stick, because it's gonna be faster using a measuring stick than just like having a ruler every time, pulling it back and forth. So yeah, I think we'll use those just like after we get this where we want it. Okay, maybe that's good. So let's tie these corners now. I'm also curious because this should be, yeah, but it's so much longer than the 20 centimeters, because it would be interesting to see how much does it go underneath the concrete. Because again, we are expecting to pour like 20 centimeters of concrete, so how deep in it would it go? But yeah, so I'll go get the rebar tying machine. I have quite recently changed the I don't know, thread on it, so there should be plenty of tying left on this guy. So yeah, here I come with the tying machine. So you might have seen this before. I have used this on stream as well, so you basically just place it like this and it makes a nice tie in there. So it's a lot faster than tying them by hand. The ones on the bottom there, so the ones below, because there's like two different layers of rebar on this foundation mold. So you can basically see there's the one going this way and then the one going below. So the ones on below I haven't used this for, so those I have tied by hand. Because the machine is pretty much impossible to yank in there. So that's the reason I've done it by hand. But yeah, this is, I've not seen it before, looks very handy. Yeah, this is gonna save our lives when we start like putting in the bricks for the interior walls and stuff, because there's gonna be like these irons going upwards. So just like tying these with this will be so much faster than doing it by hand. So I'll just place this guy here and check that it's around the correct. It's a bit loud, I guess. I don't know how loud it is for you guys, but luckily we have this stick here for this measurement. I don't know if we need to place or like tie it from each of these, but I guess the first ones I'd like to make sure that they come in where they need to be. I guess this last one we maybe shouldn't tie, because if we have the 40 centimeter overlap, we'll just tie them. We could like tie both of them at the same time. So we'll just leave this one untied. But luckily they do move quite nicely, so we can like adjust it. So as long as the one side is correct, we can just like continue from there. But yeah, I guess we could do the exterior walls first and see how well we start working on the interiors. There's like hella twists and turns in there, so I'm a bit worried about that. Like how easy will it be? There's also the fact that the more twists and turns and corners we have, the less of these like brackets we have. So I'm actually wondering how well they stay afloat, but we'll see. Can't believe Citronel redeemed a permission for bad/dad joke or pun. What kind of overalls does Mario wear? Denim, denim, denim. What the absolute hell was that? That is diabolical. Truly diabolical. Luckily you paid for it, for that would have been like an... Oh yeah, this one actually didn't really stay there, but I guess it's all good. Now the question again here is, do we tie it? Because again we'll have like lots of other rebars going in here, so we will just leave it like that for now. Can't believe this. But yeah, so I guess the next thing would be to get in like just a long 6 meter straight one, so we can go either way, either that corner or then towards this corner here. Either way we'll definitely have it long enough to go for the 6 meter one. I'll leave these guys here for now. I'll need to make the 40 centimeter stick so that we have a measuring for how much we overlap those two to them. So I'll take you with me and do another sawing here. I will use my free E-bucks for evil, can't believe this. Saku is not a Super Mario Bros. Level 1 to 2 enjoyer, clearly. Yeah, I have to say I'm really out of all the Nintendo stuff. We only had a Wii when I was younger. I've like played, I guess Kirby is the one I've played the most. Also, apologies for blowing my nose. I actually say the weather is not too bad. It's slightly chilly, but the sun is actually quite warm. I think the car was telling me it's like 8 degrees. So, slightly diabolical, I guess. That's not an excuse. We had virtual console, can't believe it's true, yeah, actually. That is true. But I remember mostly had like the Wii Fit, and it was like diabolical, because I remember it made like, I've mentioned this before, but it made like all of my family except for my brother like hella chonky. caused some drama. So yeah, let's make a 40 centimeter stick as well. We should have brought out the power tools because we're now making another saw. So surely would have been worth it to bring out the batteries and stuff. So this is now the stick to tell us how much we need those rebars to overlap. Debating going outside, but can't bring myself to do anything. Yeah, I mentioned already that this might have been a two-person job, but since I'm here alone, I'll just have to make do. But yeah, we're also using the sticks that the city came in and brought us for like measuring where the corners of the building would be, and they like had these sticks with them, but because there was the measurement errors and stuff, we ended up not using these. So yeah, but yeah, luckily those measurement errors have been fixed, but they did take us back like 2.5, 3 weeks, I guess. Somewhere between 2 and 3 weeks was the cost of those fumbles. But yeah, let's place you guys here now, and then I'll just bring in a long rebar for that. The joy of manual labor, yes. No, but actually if you like gonna do one saw, I feel like, especially if it's like this, like a stick like this, it doesn't matter if you do it by hand. If it was like a longer one, of course I would have brought out the tools for that. But yeah, so now we can like measure when we place in the second rebar is that they need to overlap by this much, and then we'll just tie them together. I guess from like 2 spots it should be good. So at least this much they need to overlap. So that's what the stick is for. So let's go get a long rebar then. We are one big boned family, yeah, that is true. All except my brother. Okay, that is very true. It's nothing to do with how we eat and how little we exercise, but you know, it's genetics surely. Excuses surely, wait, what? So I place it here. Somewhere there, I guess. And then again, since we're here on like a turn, there's less of these midway ties, so I guess these guys go a bit on top, or like sag a bit because of that. So we'll see if there's something we can do about it. The problem being that we can't really put in like this to here, like a iron similar to what these are, because it would need to be an exact length. I don't think we can tie an exact length on the, on the table I have. We would at least need many attempts to get it. Yes, actually this is already correct, so it is enough. So now we just need to tie these guys up. Again, I need to get the stick then. So guys, now I have 2 different sticks. Let's hope I don't get hella confused on what these are. Oh yeah, sorry, it needs to be on first. So those 2 are connected. And then I'll just tie them up from here as well. So yeah, those are now bundled together. And I guess I could tie it from here as well. Like so. So yeah, maybe this works alone, we'll see. It might be a bit slower, but we're in no rush, I guess. We have the whole day for this. Your brother used all his fuel to grow length. Yeah, that is true, yeah. He somehow rigged it so that he only got the length buff, while we others got the as tall as you are wide. Can't believe this. Diabolical. But yeah, I guess I could also, like, I should bring out the ruler then, like a measuring tape to check approximately how long do we need this one before it turns, because again we have to start bending then. So just to get like a estimate so that we can get the 40 centimeters overlap. So yeah, I think I'll tie it here the last time. Like so. So yeah guys, one side done. Only gazillion remain. I think I'll turn this off when I don't use it. So yeah, then I guess I'll get the measuring tape. I can basically take the measure to the corner there and just like do a minus 30 for it. That should be approximately the right length. I'd rather make it a bit longer than shorter, because again it doesn't matter if there's more than 40 centimeter overlap, just that if there's less than that it's a problem. But yeah, you guys, I'll try to remember to move you guys, but there might be times where you're stuck. We're stuck somewhere. So let's, if I measure this, it's 160 to here. So we need it to be like at least 170 long. So let's make it 180, just to be sure, just to be safe. Did I say 180? Yeah. So again, I'll turn you guys this way. I will be a bit far away, but maybe that's okay. So yeah, again maybe, why did I just not carry you with me if I'm going empty-handed? Can't believe this. Let's just take, while you're on this side, it's easy. So yeah, 180 is what we need. So here, and again I would need to load up the bending table. So let's take a 6-meter one. We also have like 120 centimeter long ones that were like spares from those that we've cut. So we'll see when and if we can use those, because it would be nice. It would be nice if those could be used. There's the saw there, can't believe this. I wonder if we could use this stone here to align them. So again, we'd need at least 180 to be safe. So I'll take the measuring tape. 180 is here, so let's push it a bit forwards, somewhere like that, because again the 180 has a 10 centimeter safety, so I guess that should be good. It's also not too long, so I think it will be easier to bend, because you can see that it's in the air instead of like sagging on that. This was the previous one. So yeah, then it's bending time. So much for it being good. Bleeds. Again, trying to get the 90-degree angle on this, and if I let it go back, is it good or bad? I feel like it might not be too bad. But yeah, so then the question is, what's the easiest way to get this out of here? Is it just turning it? It's no longer turning that. Can't believe this. Diabolical. So yeah, this is definitely the slowest part, at least the part that feels the slowest when doing this alone. Let's see if I can take you with me while I'm carrying this yoink. I'm carrying the rebar on left and you guys on my right hand. So yeah, it would go somewhere here. And again, we have the added challenge of there being the rope. So let's first put this underneath it. The rebar is almost gonna trip you guys. Yoink. What is it looking like? Diabolical. On top of that one. It would also need to go on top of that one, so I guess we'll have to go there now. If only, guys, if only. POV carrying long as rebar, yeah. You're getting all the POVs here. Would need to go at least one more, but unfortunately there's not enough length on it. So something like this, and then again we'll have to pull it a bit more, like this, I guess. So might not be too bad at the moment. Let's hope the overlap is enough, so that there's the, oh yeah, it actually can go a bit towards this, so surely there will be enough. So this corner here would go somewhere like this, and then on that side something like this. Not too bad. So we could tie it. Actually it also aligns with that guy pretty much perfectly. Are these to just tie the foundation pieces together? These are mostly to add structural strength to the concrete, so the foundation. This is not really helping the foundation molds. Pretty much I don't think it does anything to it. Well, I guess it sort of helps, like strengthening these guys, especially when we put in the L ones, because the ones that I've bent that go like L shape, I think you might see what I'm pointing. So if they go like with the L shape bottom here, and then the upper part goes towards this, gets tied to that, it might like help a bit with the structural integrity of the foundation mold as well, but it's mostly for the foundation, because there's like they have like calculated how much weight will there be on the interior walls, and depending on the weight you have to have certain amounts of rebar, and the thickness of rebar also changes based on how much weight there will be on the walls and stuff. But yeah, so it's more so on the finished building than it is for the foundation molds. Also, hello Nat, hello. What's up with Nat? So yeah, actually already tied those up without checking if there's enough overlap, but it does look like there's plenty. But yeah, I did saw this 40 centimeter wood piece to check it. So if it's more than this stickies, then it's good. So it's a lot more. So it's all good. And again, I have this rebar tying machine. So the only thing with this guy is that it has like a limited supply, of course, of like this thread here. So I'll have to switch this now and then, every now and then, to get more, but I have like a gazillion of these like rolls of iron thread, so that's no biggie. So that's not an issue. So we just use this wherever and whenever we can. But yeah, what's up with Nat? He's not gonna play 5D chess tomorrow. Asking for a asking for a friend. Hello. Because you know Nat promised that on her last stream that she will play 5D chess with multi-dimension time travel. So checking if that was a lie. I'm playing some Among Us tonight, practicing 5D manipulation. I see, so it's in anticipation to the 5D chess then, surely. But yeah, all of this stuff like takes surprisingly long when you start like considering all the work phases that we have right after each other. But yeah, so I think again we can go with the 6 meter one, so just a long one. I feel like I might be making a mistake when I'm just doing these outerior walls that are the easy ones, but but we'll see. I guess if it like takes a long time, we can then wait for the Sunday and finish those then with Ekkuna. I'm assuming she'll join me here. I like the new emotes. Yeah, they are really nice. Actually, Annuki might still be in chat, so the maker of these. She was like, the perspective is different, does it matter? And I think it like works better on that, like that angry emote. If it was like sideways, I think it wouldn't be as good. So that was a good choice. But yeah, so now we need a 6 meter one. I'll again blow my nose because it's hella runny. So I went behind the camera, can't believe it. But yeah, I wonder where do I take you guys now? I could take you guys further there, but I guess I could also just like put you so that you can see the inside of the foundation mold. So I think that should be a rather good angle on what's happening. Can't believe Nat didn't answer the question of whether she'll play tomorrow or not. Diabolically avoided. So again, the 6 meter one to go here. Let's get it. Let's get it, guys. But yeah, it's I mentioned earlier that it's a bit chilly, so it was like 8 degrees. It was like 5.5 when I started driving, but the car was in like shade, so I guess that explains most of it. I have to say the angry one turned out quite nicely. You know, the Finnish people don't, you know, like, I don't know what the word for is, brag. So you can't like say that yourself, Hannu, you can't believe this. You have to be modest. You have to be like, no, it's nothing. Can't believe this. Diabolical. Again, guys, I'm carrying these are easy to manipulate when they're like sagging, sagging like this. So approximately maybe somewhere, something like this. Can't believe this. It went to her head immediately. Yep, this would work. Is it on or did I put it off? It is still on. Tied up. I'm trying to learn to brag. Fake it till you make it. Can't believe this. Actually, not a bad thing. I feel like we Finns might be a bit too modest even. So I approve. just checking if we should still use like do it from here, because there's like plenty extra left, so I think that makes sense. Now I'm actually curious because the measurement, the what's it called, measuring tape I have is only 5 meters. So if I measure there, how much do I need? Because if it's the 6 meter one, then the measuring tape is actually too short for it. It's also like hella hard to measure when it's getting closer and closer to the max length. Where did I leave it? Is it in the sewing spot or is it somewhere here? Guys, did someone of you steal my measuring tape? Sabotage. Someone is the traitor here. Sus. Can't believe you guys are sus. Okay, I found it. So yeah, let's go see how much we need to finish that corner. I think for these ones we can like measure. I guess we could also like bend two of the, I think we should bend like two of the, like the first end we would bend and then take a measure. But yeah, it will be hard to bend between these two because it will mean that I need to be quite accurate with the length of it. So we'll see how that works. On these like smaller corners here, I think we should use the 120 centimeter long ones. We just put them like on top of each other quite heavily, so there's gonna be like hella overlap. Can't believe Skelly's saying he thinks I am sus. What the hell? What the skellington? So if we measure it from here, then this here would be 5 meters. So I think, yeah, it's a bit hard because, well, I guess we can let's just take it from here then. So if it was around here would be the 5 meters. So let's go from here onwards then. Okay, a 6 meter one would look like it's going so that the next one we'll have to start with, one that's bend on the end. Bend on the end sounds noise. Maybe you hit it yourself to create some drama and get some more views. Can't believe this. Can't believe the yellow cards I'm getting for trying to get some content going on for you guys. Can't believe this. Diabolical. But yeah, so we just take a 6 meter one. And I guess we could actually then start with one of those 1.2 meters long ones, just like make it into a corner. Because I think it would make sense to start using those 120 long ones, because I don't think there's any other use for them than to use to like connect pieces. So yeah, a 6 meter one here. That's also the easiest to carry. So let's go get one of those. Can't believe we've been at it for an hour already and hardly done anything. Also like how I wonder if it's the same on where you're. I just noticed. Yeah, it is a bit like that, because you might see that the rebar, when it goes a bit like this, like it's a bit wavy. I think this one that goes like that, it's also like even more so, like hella wavy. But I guess that's all good. But yeah, I think I'll get the 6 meter one. I don't think I'll move you guys. So I'll just leave you there for now. I think I'll move you to the other side of like to another corner then. When we get this one in there. Clink clonk. I like the sound it makes. That sound. I don't know what genre it would be. Not something I don't listen to myself. For sure. Clink clonk. So basically with this one we would make it overlap the 40 centimeters and make sure that it doesn't go beyond. Well, I guess it doesn't matter if it goes beyond like closer to the edge than it is the 30 centimeters. Let's get the measuring stick. We have so many sticks that we have to carry with us. Keep forgetting them. Too many sticks. Yes, this would work. Something like that. Tie it up. But yeah, I bought this tying machine used. I think these are like around €1,000 if you buy them like new, but this was like pre-used, so it was like 300 or so. And then I guess I bought like I think it was like €100 worth of these irons, so just like these threads with it. I feel like that was a good deal. Let's hope this machine works, of course, but with the original price I feel like this should be quite decent quality. But yeah, so now I'll bend one of those 120 centimeter long ones that we have like left over from the L-shaped irons, and we'll start the corner with that. I'm actually still curious how do we then do this turn here, because it would mean that there's like just two, like one turn and then immediately another one, and I don't think that's 6 meters. But yeah, we'll take the measure, I guess, and then we'll see when it needs to turn. Because again, if we make the corner with the 120 centimeter one, it gives us a little bit of room to move it. So that hopefully helps us a bit. I'll take the measuring tape with me to get approximately halfway, like the 60 centimeters. Bending, I guess I could take you with me, because next up I think I'll move you guys next to the corner there so you can get a better view. You're coming with me. So yeah, here you can see there's a pile of rebars, and those are the 120 centimeter long ones, because again we've made these L-shaped ones. These are 80 centimeters. So the ones you can see on the side there, those are 80 centimeters long. But if you have like a 6 meter long rebar and you start cutting it into 80 centimeters, you're either left with a 40 centimeter one, or then you just don't do the last one and you're left with 120 centimeter one. I thought that these could be used somewhere, because again, if it's like a 40 centimeter one, you can't really use it anywhere if you have to have the overlap go 40 centimeters. So it wouldn't work. Okay, so that should be quite close to the middle part. So we'll bend it there. Might be a bit too much now. Yeah, it is a bit too sharp. So let's take it back a bit. Yes, it's not too bad now. It might be still a bit inwards. Okay, I think this is good. So we'll place this in the corner then, and then we'll need to take a measure, like how much is needed. If only we had a measuring tape that was like 6 meters, or at least, well, I guess 6 meters would be the minimum for, that's the rebar length. But like I think they sell them like at 5 and then like 8 maybe. So I guess I could either put you guys here or then to the other side. I guess the other side would make more sense. Then you wouldn't be seeing the road as much. Sorry for the flailing about. So yeah, here we continue then. Again, this one we are carrying goes like this. But the next part, because it continues from here, it needs to make a turn, and depending on the length it might need to make another turn, and I feel like that's diabolical. So actually this corner is also a bit diabolical because it's not gonna be staying up there too well. I guess we'll have to tie it. But yeah, so again the length from here, how close are we to the 6 meters? It's nowhere near. So this is 3.8 meters, so it'd be left with 2 meters going that way. So yeah, unfortunately that doesn't work then. Because then we do have the option of cutting these rebars. So that would be another thing that we could do if we see that would make more sense. Because again, making 2 of these turns might be beyond me. Well, I guess I could calculate how much it needs to be in the middle, and then we'll just have to nail it. It's 120 minus 30, so it would be 60 centimeters in between before it turns again. Diabolical. Diabolical. And again, this one was minus the 30 centimeters from here, but from here to here it would be 340. So let's maybe put that in the chat. So 340 and 16 in the middle of those. Is that correct? Yeah, I think that would make sense. So yeah, I wonder if we can make it. Also, I don't think we should maybe tie this guy up yet, because when we get the other one going that way, we maybe then just tie it then. Maybe a bit longer than 340. I guess that's the minimum. If it was 406, I think I said. Yep. So yeah, I think these will be the hardest. Again, we will have the similar kinds when we go into the inner junctions there. So there will be equally diabolical stuff there as well. So with like multiple bends going back and forth. But yeah, I guess then it didn't make sense to bring you guys here if we're gonna go back for some bending action. Unless I bend it without you guys, but I think it will take me long, so I guess it would make sense to take you guys with me. I'll take the power off the tying machine. So yeah, let's go. Let's go attempt. Let's go make an attempt at the bending. Precise measures. There's a bug just collided with me. Can't believe this. So again 340 ish. I think it was 346 is the exact one, but then it needs to have like multiple bends. I'm also curious how well, if I'm to make multiple bends on these, how well it works. But we'll see. So let's try. We don't know before we've done an attempt. Because again, it might help if there was another person here, but I don't know. Maybe for this, it will always be a bit, a bit weird, a bit hard at least. Because again, the exact measures are a bit hard when you bend with these kind of tables. At least I feel like it's just for the reason that bend goes on like a sort of like a wide angle of like somewhere around here is where it makes the bend. So it's not like an exact measure. So yeah, now we would need to measure the 340. Can be longer. So something like this. So we'll bend it from there. We'll see what happens. And then we would need to make a, because this one goes like that, so then we need to take 60 centimeters and bend the other end to the other so that it goes like it goes in the foundation mold. We'll see. One way to find out, guys, if this works or not. Just stuck behind a rock. That's why it wasn't moving. It's almost 90 degrees. I think that's better. Yep, that doesn't look too bad. But yeah, now I'm thinking, how do we place it so that we make the other one go like that? Because there's a actual risk of fumbling this, like making it like this instead of the so I have to like actually put my brain into this thing. But if we, because this is the long part, this one would need to turn that way. Since we're always bending it this way, this would need to go like that. Okie dokie. So then we just do this. Let's hope I don't smack you guys too hard. So I think I said it would need to go like this. I'll go for now. Have a productive day. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Let it go like this. Where is it stuck now? Is it correct? Yeah, I think it looks good. Yeah, just that this needs to be the 60 centimeters, so it needs to be way this way. So like something like maybe this, maybe a bit more even. Yep. Guess something like this. Now I wonder if I should maybe put something there so that it wouldn't be like going downwards, because we don't want it to be bending the other one going downwards and this one going straight, because then it like causes tension. So let's put a pallet of foundation of like the insulation boards, whatever those are called. Let's put one of those underneath it to hold it upwards. So now we can hopefully get it. If we like hold this down, it would be, yeah, that's looking not too bad at least. I think it's gonna be interesting how can I hold it like that. But yeah, is the measure still correct? It's as close as we can get it. So yeah, I guess we'll start bending then. We need to make it a bit more, because it does always like reverts a little bit always. So now the question is, how the hell do we get it away from this? I guess we'll have to turn that side this way and pull it away then. Yep. And then it's the moment of truth. This actually didn't take that long to make. I guess we could do the measure. It's actually really close. It's like a half a centimeter short. So we'll take that with pleasure, because that's really close to what we wanted. And there we have it. Guys, this is the masterpiece. Can I again carry it on my left arm and take you guys on my right? Again, carrying rebar POV. Thank you, Skelly, for the hydrate. I'll go and attach this guy, and we'll have a hydrate then. I was actually thinking before that, yeah, we'll just do these and then put on some of those L-shaped rebars as well. But I feel like if we even get all of these done, it would be like a massive win. Because it's not a quick thing to do. I think this way you can see it. See all of it. So it would go like this. Clink, clink, clunk. That went underneath stuff, which is not ideal. Yeah, that's also underneath stuff, you know. Would be something like this. Actually not too bad. Actually quite proud of this, guys, I have to say. It would be something like this. It's looking hella good. Again, it would like help if there were more of these. But actually, because it's a same shape throughout, it works. Because if it wasn't, it would be in the air, basically. Because here we have one of these, but then the next one is actually all the way there. So actually, I don't know if you can see it. So what I said, that because we only have one of these guys here, and then the next one is all over there. So if we had like put in a 120 centimeter long ones, they'd be in the air here. So I think we'll have to do another one of these for that part as well. So I guess we'll just like repeat it. It should be the same measurements actually as well, because these are mirrored. So that should be all good. But yeah, so now we'll connect or like tie these guys up, and then we'll have a hydration break. Actually, let's take you to that side, because I'm really bending it or like tying it up from here. here as well. So first I'll take the, again see how far are we from the sides. This would work, and then I want to know this, because again once we tie it from that side we can no longer move it, so it can come a bit closer. Yeah, that way it's perfect. And then I'm assuming on the other side it would be good as well. Yeah, I guess it can come a bit towards, because again it's like half a centimeter short, so we'll have to live with that. But yeah, it is really good. So that's all good. So we'll just tie it up there. Winning. That's noise. Guess we can actually throw this over there where we need it next. And here the overlapping stick works well. So this one we have to tie first. Actually we could maybe do it so that this one is on the, like this, yeah. So it's on the interior side on this, because it's a bit longer. I wonder how loud it is for you guys, this tying machine. I mean, is it hella loud? And then the last one will be here. So yeah, that's tied up. As you can see, this is so much faster with this tying machine than if I were to do this by hand. Although you have not seen me do it by hand either, but I can maybe demonstrate that as well at some point. But yeah, so let's have a hydrate here and then repeat it for the other side. So that actually makes me think that it might not be as impossible as it first felt like. So we have another one of like these sort of harder corners, is that one there. So there's like this quick turn. So I think we'll have to do one more of those. But I think the other ones we might be able to just like overlap enough that we can do them one. Because for example, this one, this sort of entrance area here, can you see me? So the entrance area there, so this part here, I feel like we can make it with like a U-shaped one, or maybe just like L-shaped ones, just a few of those. We'll see. We'll see how long they are. Because again, it's easier, we only need to do one bend on these rebars, but of course we have some of these, as the previous one, where we need to do more than just one bend. But yeah, I'll get the sticks and stuff, place them where we need them next. I'm trying to see, yeah, the ruler is, the measuring tape is there. Take these here and then go for the hydrate. But yeah, this is surprisingly time consuming. I guess even with two people, I don't know which parts would be faster. I guess the bending might be faster, but by how much? So we'll see. Because again, it might be that I'm hoping to get this done today, so Sunday I could do the L-shaped rebars, and then if we don't need to do this, Egguna could be taping the sides of the plastic thingies, because there's hella cuts with like a knife poked into those, so we need to tape those up. But yeah, such a massive plot that it takes a while to walk all the way all the way here. Where will we place you guys? Somewhere here. If you could bend multiple pieces at once, you could walk less across the plot. Yeah, but the bender tool that I'm bending them with can only do 12 millimeters at the like the thickest, and these are 10 millimeter. But then, yeah, I guess you mean that I could like make multiple pieces like before I start tying them up. Yeah, that would make less walking back and forth through. So yeah, that maybe could be a thing. I guess just like carrying more than one of those 6-meter ones at a time would also maybe make it faster. They're also like a bit flaily, so. And I guess also with the bends, especially those like harder kind of bends, it's like you take a measure from the previous ones, so it's also a bit wonky trying to make more than one at a time. But yeah, that would make it less walking, less of a walk. Yeah, like prepare more pieces per trip. Yeah, true. I think the long one, when we're going backwards, like back the same way we went on the other side, we could just carry 2 of those 6-meter ones with us and make it work. But yeah, it's a bit windy. You might see that all of the stuff is flailing about. It's not that bad though. Like I have so many layers that actually I'm a bit hot, so I have to take this off. Although there's a risk of when you like stop and start like taking stuff off is that you get like sick because you let yourself cool down, but I'll just take it for a second. Just a second, guys, I swear. In before. Sunday stream cancelled. I am sick. Sick in the head. Wait, no. But yeah, I guess if there's like multiple people here, like one could be just there waiting for the bending, and one like someone else could be there like just doing the tying and stuff. So you could like just yell the measures. So like how long pieces do you need, and so that could maybe make it easier, but it would depend who I'm with here, of course. So, because you know Citronelli was hella strong and was able to bend like no other. So if it was Citronelli, it would be so much faster, surely. You know. But yeah, I'm just happy we got the like the foundation molds connected, because now everything here is like basically something I can do. So I no longer like need anyone here, because that's also like a nice thing that you don't have to like organize, schedule stuff. Oh yeah, finally got the new modem and it finally works. Got 60 megabytes download with an advertised 50 megabyte connection. Nice. Yeah, I feel like that's not too uncommon here in Finland that you get like more than you're promised. Because there's like, unless of course in mobile data, then you get like basically there's no promises either. But with like a cable connection, you will usually get, at least I feel like, especially with like the smaller operators, you get more than you're promised, because they don't want to like people complaining that they are not getting what they've been paying for. But yeah, that sounds nice. Also 60 megabytes is already quite a nice amount. I think we have at the moment like 200 or something, but there's like the problem I feel like with that is that it's mostly the ping is quite bad. So it's not about the download speed as much as about the latency, so that's a bit bad. I've also had like trouble just like viewing Twitch, like trying to like watch streams. And it was actually Nat that noticed that there was like some discussion that Twitch has apparently like in all silence just like dropped some of their servers. And there's no longer a server in Helsinki, so that's probably the reason. Had a 300 megabyte connection in Helsinki. Dreading the day I have to re-download Baldur's Gate 3. Is that a big game? I feel like that's not a massive one, is it? Because I feel like there's so many like games that are like nearing 100 gigabytes, which is diabolical. But I don't remember Baldur's Gate being a... It's like, so then I just didn't remember. 100 plus gigabytes, that's diabolical, yeah. So yeah, that sounds like a lot. I remember when I was younger, because we had like horrible connection back at my parents' place when we still lived there. They have since gotten like fiber connection. Basically, the same year I went to army, they got got the fiber connection, so I never really got to enjoy it. But I remember when I was younger that the connection was like truly horrible. I remember there was like a series I was downloading very legally, I swear, and it was like 40 gigabytes, I think, maybe even like 48 or something. And I remember I like downloaded it like for like a week, because I only did it during night time. Because if you did it during daytime, nobody could do anything with the connection because it was like half a megabyte, I think. It got upgraded at some point to like one whole or maybe even 2 megabytes, but it was still diabolically bad. So it was something. Because I remember from my like youth that pretty much the only thing I like fought with my brother was the use of internet. Because if one wanted to do like play or something, and the other one was like watching YouTube videos or something, it was like totally jammed. So you really couldn't do things at a time with it. So that was basically the only thing we fought about. Round one fight. But yeah, luckily that's no longer the case. I feel like there's hardly any place in Finland anymore that like has that bad of a connection, because even like mobile data I feel like can get like above the 2 megabytes in most places. You'd have to be like truly in the forest if you had like less than 2 megabytes of like mobile data and stuff. Because again, like when we've been hiking, there's been places where you get like no mobile data, so like there's no signal at all. But those are quite far from the society. We live in a hiking society completely. But yeah, we've been at it for an hour and a half. We've gotten one of the harder parts done, and like 3/3, 3/4, 3/3 sounds like all of it. 3/4 of the ulterior walls. So I don't know if this is good progress or not. If this is good or not, guys. I guess we could also like bend those 120 centimeter ones. We can make more than one of those, like make them into an L shape, because we could use those to connect the ulterior walls and the interior walls. So for that sake, it might be just beneficial to make a few of those already before we actually have a need for them. Now it's getting cold. I'll put the jacket on again. It's getting cold, guys. That's all good, I swear. Getting sick cancelled. Otherwise I would have gotten hella sick, surely. But yeah, the weather is nice. I don't actually have any sunscreen. I don't know if I should have put it. I forgot. But I don't know if the UV factor, or what was it called, is too bad. Because I feel like the sun is in quite a steep angle. So let's hope I don't burn too bad. Because it's too late to add any, If you don't put it at the start of the day, it's gone, guys. Wasted opportunity. Surely unable to add at the middle of the day. I wonder if Saturday is the day I start messing about with the Linux install. I have just about everything ready to go. Just don't want to deal with all the bullshit that's surely coming. Yeah, there's so much stuff that you like had never thought didn't work out of the box. That you're now finding out that it was never supposed to work out of the box. So yeah, that is truly diabolical. But yeah, good luck with that if you do decide to open that Pandora's box. Because again, like I have very limited experience on Linux. I've only like used Ubuntu, and it's been like 10 years plus since I've done that last. And it was mostly like us installing that on like a spare PC we had and just like playing emulator games on it. Because they were like really nice and easy to install, like emulators for like SNES and stuff, like SNES games and stuff when we were younger. And I remember I had like at the time I had like, it was during like Windows Vista. I had like dual boot, so I had like Linux and Vista hand in hand in the same hard drive, but I rarely went to the Linux side, so then I like decided just forget it. Because again, back in that time it was like even worse than it is nowadays with like games running on Linux. So I think nowadays you can get like Steam games and like some of them actually work. Back then they were like basically none of the games would work. Like out of the box, if you tinkered with them maybe, because they were like, I don't remember what was the service name. There's like a software you could like run some through, but I don't think even with that most of the stuff worked without issues. And there were like anti-cheats and stuff that were always fighting it. There's some stuff I need to pack up manually, but mostly the configuration is the same as before. Yeah, that sounds like a nightmare to happen. Sounds like diabolical stuff will go wrong. Or too optimistic. It will be the death of you. I would be the same, but still. That's why I know. That's how I know how this will end. But yeah, I'll get you guys and then we'll go back to bending. So we'll make I guess we can just make a similar one than the previous one we made. So I don't think there's any measurement that should have changed. Because again they are like mirrored, the entrance and then there's like 2 bedrooms on each side. So Steam games nowadays are pretty straightforward. Proton compatibility is pretty freaking good now. Oh yeah, I think it was Proton back then also, but I feel like it wasn't too good back then. It's again like maybe 15 years ago, if not more actually. It could be a bit more as well, but yeah, at least like 15-ish years ago. So yeah, I'm assuming they have gone forwards with it. So again we'll bend the first part, so we make it like I did last time, so it was 3, 4, 6. $346. Let's see how far are we. It's actually pretty much perfect. Can't believe we eyeballed it. So from there, actually let's check the measures because I did put them in there. Yeah, 340 and 60. So yeah, 346 and then 60. So yeah, we'll bend this guy, and then we'll need to do another one of those 60 centimeter turns on it. I like how it gets stuck on everything. Everything it possibly can. That's hella loud. A bit more. I think that should do it. And then we need to get it out, so either we push it that way or the other side. That's out, and then we need to think hard again. How was it last time? So I think this was, oh yeah, now actually we placed the insulation board there to hold it. So surely it goes there again, like so. And like this. Oh yeah, but it needs to be, yeah, so it needs to be the 60 centimeters from here, so it needs to go further. What the hell? Something like this, I'm assuming. I think it's a bit further this way. For it to be 60 centimeters. So yeah, that should be pretty much correct. Let's take it a bit further back, because again last time we did it, it was half a centimeter short, so if we take it back a bit, it should be slightly longer. So hopefully that's the missing length from previous one. Actually, let's tighten this bolt because it's hella loose. Yeah, then I guess we should be able to bend it. Wonder if it's enough. That should be good. How did we remove it last time? Is it even correct? I think it is. It does look correct. Now the question is, how did we take it out? I think we just turned this guy here and pulled it. Yeah, I think that's the way we did it. That's the way we do it. Yeah, I should have seen that coming. And there we have it. And I think the next one we'll have to do is one of those 120 centimeter ones with a angle as well. So let's make one of those while we're at it, so we can carry that there as well. So like Kelly said, try to do more than just the one carrying, so there's like less walking back and forth. So let's bend this one as well. Then I guess we could also take in a 6-meter one, because that's surely what we'll continue with going forwards. We'll see if we can actually carry all that, because the 6-meter one carried with one of those bend ones which are a bit wibbly wobbly, it might be a bit much. So yeah, this one we'll at least take with it. That looks good. But yeah, I'm assuming with Steam games and stuff that there's still like some games that don't work at all. So there's like some that work without a problem and some that you just can't get to work. So let's see if I can carry you with me. Again, carrying rebar perspective POV. Squeak, squeak. So let's see, should I place you guys here? Maybe that would work. So you'd see this corner being done. I'm assuming it's going this way. Surely. It's a bit wiggly woggly, I can maybe see. Wondering why it's, but yeah, I guess after we tie it on that side, maybe here as well, this hopefully won't be like sagging as much as it is sagging at the moment, because it's now like completely dropped there. So either we'll have to start adding. No Man's Sky didn't even launch on Windows for me. Had to refund. Oh, that's interesting. I've played it and it worked without the hitch for me. It was just, for me it wasn't that, like, I didn't enjoy it too much. So that was pretty much the reason I didn't play it too much. It was mostly the game, not the, whether it was working or not. But I guess it's also been like a lot of updates since, so who knows, maybe if I gave it another shot it would be, could be different. Yeah, it's not too bad. I didn't actually even measure the what it's like between those, if it's anywhere close. So yeah, I guess we'll tie it. The only thing I'm worried about is if this is 40 centimeters overlap. Oh, it's perfect. It's like 45. So actually couldn't have gotten any better. That's basically pure luck. just like this building being like, let's say like 11 meters ish like wide. So now that we put in like 2 6-meter ones, the one it goes in the like 60 centimeter bend there is not too much that they still overlap the required 40 centimeters. So yeah, we got lucky there. We could have again like used one of those 1.20 long ones just to tie them together, but I'd rather not have to when it's like this. So that's all good. So yeah, let's tie this guy together here. So yeah, we'll see if this props up or not, because I guess in the end it will like come upwards when we put in the L-shaped rebars if we just tie it higher up. But it would be nice if it came up on its own without the need of that. I wonder if I like try to rotate this, if it would like prop it upwards. Biggest problems I've had with games on Linux are different launchers, Battle.net and EA app mostly. Oh yeah. GOG also is not optimal but works enough, yeah. Yeah, I remember there were like, again, some like anti-cheat and stuff that weren't working that well, but I guess for those it's something they can't really do much about. If it's like running through Proton or something, it's like seeing that it's not a Windows machine and stuff, so it might be something they can't really fix unless they like make a support for Linux. So yeah, this one maybe I shouldn't have tied. Could have tied the L-shaped one instead. Sucks cause the game looks good. Yeah, I can't even play Battlefield 6 at all. Zero Linux support on that thing. Oh yeah, I see. Sucks cause the game looks good. Yeah, I've seen some clips and I feel like all I've heard about is that they are like going towards the sort of like the old-fashioned ones, which I guess the fans love. I've never played much of those. Not like Call of Duty either, but basically none of those shooter games except for Team Fortress. that's the only FPS if that's like considered or not. But yeah, Team Fortress 2 is the only one we played tons of. Let's put you guys here, maybe a bit towards there. So now I'll get 2 6-meter ones and we'll just continue from here onwards, and that should be all good for the outerior walls. I'm assuming, yeah, because again the length of the building is, I think it's like 15-ish meters, so we should still have like some left at the far end. Battlefield 1400 1942 and Battlefield 3 were my jam. I remember we had to update to Windows 7 to play the 64-bit only Battlefield 3 from Windows XP. Oh, I see. Yeah, we played a bit of the enemy territory, if you know that game. That's like the closest I've gotten to. Although I don't know how close. I guess I would assume it's similar. But I don't know if I've ever played Battlefield. I think I might be lying if I said that I have never played it, but I have zero memory. Maybe it was traumatic and I have zero memory. But yeah, so I'll go get the 6-meter ones, 2 of those. I think at some point we should calculate how many are remaining. Not that I'm expecting these to run out, but that is of course again a possibility. So never played enemy territory myself. I have a bunch of friends who did. Yeah, we didn't play too much of it, like compared to, let's say, how much we played Team Fortress. We never got into it that heavily, but I remember it was a fun game. I feel like it was somewhat hard to find a server with like people in it at some point, but I guess that could also have changed. But yeah, so I'll carry these 6-meter long ones. Could actually drop the one of them here, since I only need the one. All the way here. But yeah, actually now I'm thinking, how much do we overlap these? Because I could also, because we have the corner on the other, like the far end, so we could maybe place this guy just, let's say, here for now, and then go in and place the other one and see how much do we need in between. As you can see that there we'll have some overlap with that corner piece we have. So let's go in. Yeah, but it's looking like it's not enough. Yeah, so either we extend it with those 120 meter longs. Again, you can only get like 40 centimeters from one of those if we need to have an overlap of 40. But we could also have, I don't know if you guys can see this though, but one thing I'm thinking is we could also have like this corner go like this, as long as it goes like past the middle point of that intersection there, then we could have from the intersection we could have one that goes long enough that way, so we could like tie those together as well. So I guess we could start tying it up. I wonder where should you guys be so that you would see this action. Maybe I'll move you move you here. So what I was thinking is, because it looks like this one here and the one I just placed in there, because there's one, the one we started with is like going that way from the corner, so it's going towards us, but it's not going as much as the one that we had there, so 2 of these is not enough. But if this one goes past this intersection and we have some like, and we continue with the full one from there, and there's a small piece missing after the intersection, we could just have like one that goes this way and then turns that way. So that would also be a way to fill in the needed amount on the corner. But yeah, let's tie this corner first and see how it goes, if that's a possibility or not. So we'll start with this guy. Put this what's inside it. Let's tie it here. Yeah, I guess then we'll just have to tie these like so. That is actually assuming we have enough overlap here. Yeah, luckily we do. Just about. Because I could have moved that a bit more as well, but that should be good. So yeah, then we keep tying this guy up. Let's go from here. Surrur. But I don't remember if there was a game that caused us to move like from an operating system to another one. Although I guess if any it would have been like Oblivion or then Spore. Because I remember Spore was another game that we had to play in like another machine, so like my mother got a PC and I remember we played Spore on that PC because the one we had didn't run it. It's also crazy to think that back then it was like every year or so when you get like upgraded graphics and stuff that things actually changed, because I feel like it's been so long now that you don't basically have to upgrade your gear because of like requirements for games and stuff. But it's quite rare. It's quite rare to have to update for that sake. I played so much Oblivion. Yeah, we did too. Me and my brother, we played it as much as we possibly could. I remember it was like the one game we played like with cheats, so the console, and without. And I remember we like enjoyed it both ways. So it was like a lot of fun with just the console madness, because again we were on PC, so we had the console, but we never really like modded it. So that only came later with like Skyrim and stuff, even though I don't think I have like modded that much of Skyrim either. So not like crazy amounts of modded Skyrim either. But I've played a bit of Skyrim. I haven't like, it's not nowhere close as much as I have hours in Oblivion that I have like hours in Skyrim. So they're like, can't even compare those two numbers. But yeah, so we have like a piece missing here. So we need to do something about it. But the thing I was thinking is, if we, since we need to do this corridor here, that let's just like bend one that goes long enough so it needs to overlap again the 40 centimeters on top of this guy. So if we make a bend so that it's like overlapping enough here and the rest would go that way, that would maybe work for this. Because I don't think, again, the 120 centimeter long ones, those are not gonna help, because they only like let you extend it by 40 centimeters, because you have to like overlap 40 centimeters on both ends. So those really can't be used for extensions. So wasp on me now. But so let's just make a 6 meter one and see how long it needs to be here. I wonder what the whole thing needs to be. What length would that be? Because again, I wouldn't want to do two bends if possible, but we'll see if we need to. Because again, I'm wondering how do we connect it to the other ones then if we don't make another bend. Yeah, I guess we'll have to take the measuring tape to see what will be the next step. This will be an interesting puzzle, because I know there's like ways to optimize this to like prevent the need of making more and more bends. Because again there, if we can make like a bend that it ends around there and then another one that continues there, it would be like one bend only. But again, it depends on the distances, because we could also start it from there going this way if that's like anywhere close to the 6 meter mark. But yeah, I guess I'll get the measuring tape and start with that. I'll leave you there for now. So I'll just check how much is needed here and how long it would go that way after then. So this will be this might now be a bit slow. We're almost done with the ulterior walls, so that's I guess a big win already. Big win, guys. While I'm here I should maybe bring something, but I don't know, so instead just walk. I'll walk for you guys. But yeah, I haven't played the remastered Oblivion. I've seen some people play it, like streamers and stuff, but haven't played it myself. Not that I've played much else, much of anything really. So let's see, from here it would be 50 centimeters, so we can basically take out 10. It would be somewhere here, so it would be like 230, 220 would be the needed length that way. So we would end up with 4 meters. I guess we can measure it. So let's just go from here. Oh yeah, this one. It's not tied anywhere. So let's take it from there instead. So we would have 4 meters. It would basically go almost all the way through, if not all the way through. So that would actually be quite good. So if I said that we need like, is it 220? Yeah, 220 minus 10-ish, so, but yeah, I guess we could have it like 210 then. 2 meters 10 centimeters would be the bend on it, so then it would go this way. It would almost, if not all the way, go through there. We'll have to see how do we then tie it, because again we could use one of those 120 longs, so we just go over this to that side, so that might work. Yeah, so yeah, let's make that. So 210. I think I might leave you there, or should I actually come and get you? Don't really see much, do you? Tools are there. Yeah, maybe if I bring you there, I guess if we are gonna go bending, we might as well bring you for the bend. Because again, like I think I mentioned last Sunday, I was thinking whether or not I stream this, because bringing the camera back and forth might slow me down, but I don't know how much it actually slows me down. I feel like I just work a bit slow, because my body is a bit stiff, a bit sore. But yeah, so 210 centimeters is where we need the bend at. $210. Glonk. something like this. Can't believe it. Wait, how is the ruler not? There we go. 210. It's here. So something like that. Tighten the bolt again. So, because if I don't tighten this bolt once, you know, every now and then there's a risk of this going above it, and then it like jumps. And that's not nice. Is that a 90-degree? Okay, maybe like that. Again, could we make any more measures? Like, do we know any others we could bring? I guess just discussing this will also take time, so maybe we just work like we've done it. So just take this guy. Send him. So yeah, this would be the next one we use. Other questions, can I carry this? And you guys. Almost smacked the camera there. Good dodge there, guys. It might be that I'll have to take this and then come and get you. Because it's such a weird shape that I'm basically holding it with both arms in the air. But yeah, I guess another thing is that we don't actually have to tie them up before we have like more than one of them. Because I feel like taking the tying machine and stuff also takes time, so we could maybe do that at the end. So then do we actually just take more measures? So yeah, you guys are not seeing anything. Apologies for that. But yeah, I was thinking, do we just like start putting those in there without tying them up, and then like tie more than one at a time, because they are like basically they're held by the rebars. But yeah, so what I'm thinking now is, what is the distance here to there? Do we make the corner thing with one that starts from here, or is that possible or not? I would like maybe, regardless, would like to make the turn there with one, but I would not want to do it with one starting from there, so it would go like a diabolical shape. But yeah, the question I guess then is gonna lurk a bit. Good luck with rebarring. Thank you very much for the lurk. Much appreciated. Because there's like this game where, let's say you have like some kind of maze and you're only allowed to go once, like to every place. So we have basically the same here, that if we start from here, do we then go from this to this? Because that's way less than 6 meters, so we could actually go with the one that goes like that and maybe turn it like this, but that's a diabolical amount of turns. So I'd rather not do that. We could of course like just come from that side, so let's just go from that direction towards us and see how far we go, how far it gets us. But yeah, it's a bit pity that the measuring tape we have isn't any longer than 5 meters, because again I would like to see that the first part there, because there's like this one turn there, that how much would that be. I guess we can measure that, so I'll actually go and get the ruler, go take some measures, because we could maybe do that with like a U-shaped one. Apologies for the squeaking sound. The squeak, squeak. I'm actually wondering if the if the garage building will be any easier on this sort of business. I feel like there's less of these turns, so I guess it could be and maybe should be. We'll see when we get to that. But yeah, so the question I had is how much distance does it, how much is it from there to here? So could we have one going like this? Let's see if I can get the ruler there. Yep. So it would be 2-ish meters here, 230. And then the width of this thing, again we would need to account for the overlap, so it's not as simple. It's around the same 230, so like 2-ish meters. But yeah, that makes me think that I think it would make sense to make this one with one U shape. We just have to decide how we tie it to there. So we could again use the 120 centimeters long ones to tie the ends. But then we would just make sure that we have the middle part even. So let's measure the whole thing from here to here. 286. 286, so that would be 226. I'll again put it in the chat so that I can reference it. So that would be the middle. 226 in the middle, so it would have a quick maths, it would have 3.74 left. So almost 2 meters. Would that be enough? Not really know. But I guess with the 120 centimeter ones we could extend it enough to match it. So yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that next. So that would be the entrance foyer or whatever you call it. So it would be like rebar going that way. On that we could then have like a 6-meter one, I think, going that way from there, and the same one going that way from there. So I think those should work quite nicely. Because we already have this one here. Actually, that it would make it so that we wouldn't be too far from like finishing. Then the only one left would be that corner. That would be the hardest. But yeah, so 226 in the middle. I'll take out the calculator to do some actual maths. I guess I could also like just to make sure to check if these are actually 6 meters or if they're like just a bit short. Because I feel like they might be a bit short or too long, who knows. So it would mean that it's 187 on both ends then. It would be like U-shaped, like the letter U. So yeah, let's bend one of those. Let's see how well that goes. Place it here, and again I'll take a take a measure. Although again this measuring tape is actually not long enough to get an accurate 6 meter. So it's 5 meters here. So is it 1 meter from where we just left it? Yep. Yes, so these are 6 meters. Exact. Very nice. So yeah, then we need to bend it at the 180. What did I say? It was 7, I think. That would make sense. Let's see, where do you guys see this? Are you seeing this? Guys, are you seeing this? So yeah, let's bring a rebar for this bending machine. The machine is me. Spoiler alert. I am the machine. It's a bit loud again. Yeah, 187. Something like that. And then we need to bend the other one the same direction, so again in like a U shape. For this, yep, that looks to be good. So then I would need to basically turn it the opposite so that it would like switcheroo. Wonder which way it makes the. I think it's easier to take it out like this. Is it? So like this, and then like so. Let's take the measure again. Guess we could take it from like 220 there, or just do the 187 from this side. To do both, I guess, to try and get it as accurate as possible. Oh yes, it's a bit hard to get the ruler there when it like moves back and forth. 187, somewhere there. So that would mean that the inner measure would be the 220 then. Yep, that looks good. That looks good. So yeah, let's start bending then. Is it good? Because it again like it goes backwards a little bit, but I guess with this length that we have it's not too bad. Because you can like wiggle it quite freely from the end, so it's not like the corner it's not exact in that sense. But yeah, now we again, what is the best way to get this out of there? It's so flaily. I don't believe this. Denied. We can actually, yeah, I can just pull it from there. Yoink. So yeah, this would be yet another piece done. I don't know how do I carry this there though? It's 220. I wonder if my wingspan is wide enough. I don't think it is. Guys, I don't think I'm a big enough bird for this. Yeah, definitely not. Diabolical. Yeah, I guess I'll just turn you guys around. Why do I just go and place it? I could maybe turn you guys around. Oh, that was loud. I wonder how many times I've turned you, if I have turned you guys on the same side again, so if the cables are all like messed up now. If I'm making a spin on them. But yeah, so this would be the far middle part, would be this one I just bent. If I can carry it there. It's actually gonna be a bit diabolical carrying it. Let's see how I fare. Maybe like this. Just that it needs to go over the measuring lines here. It's not too bad, I guess. So it would be here. It would actually be like this. Try not to smack it in there too like violently. So like that. That's not too bad. So now we just need the two of those L-shaped ones in there. And that should be all good. It looks, at least, it looks nice. So we'll just then continue with the 6 meter one on both sides from here. Yeah, I think that's the plan. Then we need a corner one there, so we'll measure what's remaining. So how much do we need? Because that's surely not like, I think that's maybe at max it would be like 3.5, maybe 4. So yeah, we'll put two 6 meter ones right next to each other here going this way. Because again, we already have the one going that way, so we only need this side here, so the turn here. And then we need the one going that way and this way, and the one going that way after the two 6 meter ones. So we maybe guys, just maybe we'll survive this. Maybe we'll survive this ordeal today. So yeah, I'll go get the two 6 meter ones. I'll actually take you guys closer first. And I don't know if there's anything to see there. Well, I guess more than here. Regardless, there's more to see than what you were seeing there. So yeah, I'll place you here. So just the 6 meter one here and another one here next. I'll go get those. There's hella rebar left, so I'm assuming we have enough. Again, I don't know how many we still need to cut for the ones doing the L-shaped ones. So there might not be that much extras of these, but as long as there is extras, not like having to go in and either like order or just like go and get, because again these are 6 meter long, so you can't really fit them in any car, so not in my van either. go here and the other one then would go on this side. So here. Okay, now I feel like we should start attaching these a little bit at least. So we could do we need 3 of those 120 long bent, so we can attach those to the one in here, and then this one could also be attached. So we'll need 3 of those 120 centimeter long ones that needs to be bent. And then after that, after we have like attached these, we can do the rest of the what measures do we need. So that should be all doable then, hopefully, at least. I don't see why it wouldn't. I guess the only question then is, since we'll continue from here, we'll have to make the double turn. But would it be long enough to go somewhere that way, or do we just take the extra that way? Because then the last bit is like, how do we do these two? How do we do these two? But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But yeah, so now we'll bend 3 of those 120 centimeter long ones so that we can tie up those that we now have placed in there. And I think we are way past halfway then. So it's looking good. So maybe it was the ulterior walls that took the longest time. I guess it also was the beginning was slower, because it's like part of it is like getting a hang of what you're doing. So now that I know, like, yeah, we'll just start bending and it actually works. I feel like it's faster now. So yeah, 3 of these need to be bent to make some connections. It's not actually all that accurate whether it's 60 or not, because they are basically right next to each other, so it doesn't matter if there's some like, wait, I have goofed it. No, absolute diabolical turn. Would have just spun it around until the world ended. So yeah, let's bend this one. I feel like these shorter ones are a lot easier to bend, because there's, well, actually they're also like not as loud, but I feel like otherwise they're also like easier. That actually, is it bent enough? I think it is. I think just like vibrates when I threw it, so threw me off. Another one. There we go. Clunk. Then the last one. Last one for now. I doubt this will be actually the last one, but especially if you consider the garage as well. There we go. This is a bit too much maybe. So we'll bend it backwards just a little bit. There we go. That should also work. So now we take these guys and we connect all the stuff that we cut. Hopefully that's a thumbs up worthy progression. think I'll place you here. Here for now, like so. Yeah, there's the 1 6-meter one I'll need to put inside the mold as well. I hadn't done that before. Like so. So yeah, then I need to go and find the tools I had. So the tying machine and the few pieces of wood. But yeah, so the plan would be to tie this sort of angle here and the same one on that side, so that these would overlap and these would overlap, like so. So I'll tie those together, and then of course tie this guy all the way here as well, and then there's the one that goes 6 meters that way. So I'll tie all of these guys now, but I think the tools are somewhere here. Oh yeah, they're already there. Over there. Where's the, oh yeah, there it is. Like, where's the last piece of wood? Because I made like two different wood blocks. One is the distance it needs to be from the edge of the foundation mold, and then the other wood block is how much they need to overlap. So it's easy to measure. So yeah, let's first tie this one so that we know how far does it need to be, because now I can see that it's like too much towards that side, so like away from you guys. So let's first put that where it needs to be. So yeah, I think I need to pull it surely. Yeah, that would be quite close. And from this side could be a bit closer to here, but let's see the other side. Just as long as it's around the middle. Yeah, something like that would work. That's good. Because again, the other rebar goes on the outside of it. Yep, I think we'll tie it there now. So it no longer moves. How much? We still have plenty left. So that's good. So yeah, then we would tie it. I guess we could tie the middle parts before we do the end. I tied already there. Let's wait for that. Let's wait. So then this guy, yeah, this would work. Yeah, that looks good. So we'll tie it there. Because again, this block is to see how much they are on top of each other. It's actually quite perfect because it's actually even 40. So that's really nice. Unless it moved. Let's check. Let's try and keep it there. Like so. So that's the first one done. And then we tie it to this guy as well. Like so. And then it's the other side. And then this should be done. But then we can move the ones that are going 6 meters to get those as far there as possible so that they are overlapping the same 40 centimeters. Oh yeah, I left the one corner iron there, so I need to get it. But I'm seeing, yeah, I think I'll do the same on this side. So I'll start from here. Start from here so I get the alignment correct. It's a bit loud. Apologies for that. So yeah, then we need the iron from there. Yank. And there it goes inwards. Guess it doesn't matter here which way it goes. Is either of them longer? This one might be. I think they are equal length. It would go like this, or then I think that one might be longer. I think they are exactly equal. I feel like here they might be less than 40 centimeter overlap. We'll have to check with the stick. Yeah, here's too little overlap, so I think we'll just bring in a shorter guy here then to add to it. But I would still like to put this guy in here so that it has the turn as well. I guess other one we could do is like make one of these, but with less of it going this way. We'd actually maybe make one of those instead. So let's wait on this. So yeah, let's reuse this somewhere else. So yeah, just a reminder, we need a one that's 40 centimeters from this, and then the rest is going straight. Because that one there was perfect, but either here the gap is a bit, it actually looks the same, but I feel like there we might have had it longer on one end. So this is too correct. But yeah, we can already measure do the 6 meter ones, because here we have the stick that we can see how much they need to overlap. So this one here needs to go basically this much with it. So let's tie it there. Like so. And then we can basically go that way with this with this shorter stick we have. Yeah, I don't think I'll turn you for this. We'll go and get some actual progress soon enough. So I'll just quickly tie this up. There isn't much to see here. And then I could do the same for the other side. Actually, maybe I'll turn you for that, since I'll be there as well. Let's turn you guys. Turn around. So yeah, actually I'll start and align these and tie them up, but then I'll continue this way, so I'll already put you guys this way. Turn around. This can go further, actually quite a lot. Could go even further, but I feel like that's nice because I can then tie it to one of these bars going sideways. So yeah, then we continue. So yeah, there we need one of those T rebars, Actually, I don't think, yeah, this one hasn't been tied up either, so let's do that first from this side. So we'll tie these guys up. It's actually tied first from here. Don't know if you can see me, but it's not really that exciting, I don't think. Actually, you might. I don't even know where you guys are aligned it. Whether or not you see me. Squeak, squeak. Yep, that would be them tied up. And then we need this guy here. It's basically something like this. This is where it would go. Let's actually let's put it based on this. Yep, that's good. There first. Like so. As you can see, this is really fast with the tying machine. The one thing I'm seeing now is it's actually diabolical. How is this guy? Can you actually see this? What the hell? What the absolute Hellington? How is this guy underneath it? What the hell? I don't know if you can see this, how well it picks up on the camera, but this guy is supposed to be on top of this. What the hell? Can I actually, if I can remove this, maybe from this side. So that it will go on the right side. Like so. Can't believe this. Luckily it wasn't any like of those corner places, because those were like extremely hard to pull and push, so I don't think I could have done that alone if it was any of those other spots. But yeah, so now we need to take some more measures. So we basically have two more important measures. Let's take the power of this machine for now. So how much is this, where this ends, to here, and what's the rest of it, whether or not we can use one to do that, and then how much is it from this one here to this corner. So do we do like a bend, do we do like one of those diabolical bends we did earlier? Guess that would make the most sense. So I guess that could be something we could do. So it just goes from here to this corner, bends to the right, bends to the left, and goes forwards. The question then is, would it make more sense for it to go rightwards? Does it end all the way there? How long is it? Because I'm sure it can't go all the way there. So I think we'll need the measuring tape and see how it all aligns. I'll move you guys a bit to like a upwards view. while I go and find where actually is the measuring tape. I wonder. And we also need to bend one of these 120 centimeter corner ones, but make it a bit uneven because the ones we've done before are like 60 and 60, so we need one that's 40 and 80. So we'll see if we use this for anything. Oh yeah, the measuring tape is actually with you guys, so I put it hanging from where you are. Hello. So yeah, what's the measure from there to here? It would be like 250. Yeah, 250 would be the minimum basically. 2 meters 50. So then how much is needed this way? So again, we could go in and bend all of the pieces we need before we bring them here. So yeah, 250 was the other measure. So this would be 430. So yeah, unfortunately that means that when we go from here it doesn't go all the way there. Yeah, so we need to decide what to do with that. We could also do it the other way, so we could like start from there and turn it on this side. Doesn't really matter. So we could do the 250 from there, and just whatever is left we'll have to either cut the rebar for it or see how do we make one. So let's measure that again. So yeah, 250 minimum would be the. Let's put that in the chat as well. Almost put in 260. So yeah, let's put that in the chat. So there's some chat messages. Hello. No, just kidding. So then it should be the same, pretty much the same. So it should be 250 before the first turn. So from here towards us here actually is more, so we've lost some centimeters here. So 280, and then what's the rest? I actually typed that already in there. 280. And then let's see what's the distance this way. So that's 170, so it would be 110. So that's the one going like this. Yeah, I don't think that would mean that there's like there's not that much left afterwards. So I'm thinking, do we bend the rest going that way? But I think we'll still need more than. How much is that? That's 390. So there would be 2 meters left of it. It wouldn't be too bad, I guess. It would be a bit far from there though. Now that's a puzzle. Do we do it? Do we do it so that it bends once more towards here? Because I feel like it would have made more sense to then start from that side, and well, I guess it would still be equal amounts away from that corner, so it actually doesn't make much of a difference. This is a pickle, I think, guys. Because I feel like we'll just have to cut one. So I think we'll just have like one of those rebars. We just measure how much we need for the rest of that, how much we need for this one, and how much we need for the rest of them, and we just cut them. I think that's the easiest way to go about it. Whether or not we even bend them, or I guess we'll have to bend there where it connects, but you know, for this one going that way, it just ends here, so we'll just bend the end of it. But yeah, I think these ones I will tie first, because I noticed that there's like added irons here, so those haven't been tied to anything yet, so I'll place them like this and I'll just tie them up a bit. So I do remember I had that in mind at some point, but I since forgot. So let's do that now before we put anything on top, because it will make it, I don't know how much harder, but maybe a bit more annoying to do the tying. You see this easy like this. And this one didn't work. Let's try it from here. That one worked, and then the other guy. So this one here. And that is now tied as well. So yeah, then we would just need to also hellost bogus, hellost. So then we would need to go in and make those rebars. I just typed the measures of in the chat there. So it would be, oh yeah, the 226 mil is done, so I will have to somehow put up a mental note that one we don't need to do, because that's already done. So only the last two we need to make, so that's 250. So bogus, since you're here, I will explain what I mean by these measures. So we have a rebar going on the top here, and it ends there, I think. Yeah, so it ends there, so it's the 250 to here, and then we bend it 90 degrees going that way, and it has to overlap 40 centimeters, so it's actually 210 from this to the middle of that other one, and that's where it bends. And then for the other measures, so the 280 and 110, so it's 280 with the overlap going this way, and then it bends, and then it's 110 going this way, and it bends again towards the arteria there. So that's what we'll be doing next. So we'll go to the bending station, and then we just have to see what's left. So what are the remaining measures we need, because now we're just basically using the 6 meter ones, so these whole rebars that are on the pile here, so we're just using those. But I think we'll cut for the last few. I'm thinking whether or not we need the power tool for the cutting, because I do have the bolt cutters, and the manufacturer I think said that you can cut up to like, I think it was like 12 millimeters or something with those bolt cutters. So I think it should be doable, because we've only done like 8 millimeter ones, and those been hella thick. But here we can use, like, we can do it against the ground and stuff, so I think it should be easier, because I wouldn't want to go in and get the power tools for just like a few of those cuts. So we'll see if we can use those bolt cutters. I'd prefer that if it works. But yeah, so what's up with Bogus? How are you? What's up with you? So here's the bending station. The rebar got stuck on the ground. Wrong way. There we go. Now the ruler is in the way. Can't believe this. So yeah, it was 250 centimeters at least, so we'll make it a little extra, so that there's at least enough overlap. It would be a sad day if we had like 30 centimeters of overlap instead of the 40, because we've done like a close enough bend instead of a perfect one. Can't believe the measuring tape is waving alongside the rebar. The wind is too much. Can't believe it. What the hell? Okay, there we have it. 280. It's actually there. Oh no, I said 250, so let's go a bit backwards. Something like this. Yep. Let's bend it there. I'm alright. I didn't know the rebar was this much work, to be honest. Yeah, I guess it depends on the plans. We have it so that we have like, I think it was total of 3 10mm rebars going lengthwise. And the problem is that the foundation mold that we're using, and basically all of them, have 3 8mm ones. And I looked it up online, and and apparently 3 8mm ones is the same as 2 10mm ones. So just the 2mm thickness difference is actually quite a lot. Because it's like I said, the 3 of the 8 ones are similar to 2 of the 10 ones. So because we have 10mm ones on the design and we need 3 of them, I need to add one like everywhere, all the way. So that's what we're doing. That's why we're doing this. But yeah, so this one should be the one for the right side, looking from this direction. Actually, I just put it like this. There we go. I'll actually carry this already there, since I have it now. Take it close to there, and then I'll come back and do some bending. Have you been playing anything, Bogus? I know Bingy Bongy was playing the Ghost of Tsushima, I think he said. I think they made a new one. I was watching yesterday a streamer playing a game called Ghost of Yotei, and from what I understood it was a sort of a sequel. It's apparently like a lot later in like time frame wise. But still, from what I understood it would be from the same people. I've been playing God of War for the first time. Oh, have you been enjoying it? Is it would you recommend? Because I've had the like some God of War on my wish list for the longest time, and I think it might be on sale at the moment, so I don't know if I have any time for it though. But that could be something I could look up as well. But yes, I placed it where it needs to go, but we'll of course do the tying together. There's also the one of the shorter ones that I need to do as a to tie these guys together. So let's actually do that first before I forget. So this one is to be the 40 centimeters. Actually, let's put it like this. Yeah, the story is good. Combat is decent, but gets repetitive over time. Yeah, that's what I've like. Seeing those kind of games is what I'm always thinking. Is like, how can they keep the combat like fresh enough, sort of. But I wonder if, like, is there like different builds and like abilities and stuff that you can like test around with. I've not played those games. I've only seen like the smallest amount of those played either, so I don't basically know much about those. This is over 90 degrees. I guess basically under if you think about it. But yeah, this one not too bad. But yeah, isn't the God of War games you have to like have started from like PlayStation and stuff if you want the whole story? I guess there's like videos you can watch to like get like what you have missed on the story up until where the game picks up. Because isn't it like an old game, or like a game series? I mean, it's like first games being like from PlayStation or something. Can't believe. Can you move? So yeah, now this would be the double bend. So this is the 280. something like that. And then, yeah, the series is old, but there aren't that many references to old stuff. Okay, I see. So you can like play it without knowing too much about the stuff that has happened in the past. I guess that's a good thing. Although I guess for like hardcore fans, it's probably a bummer. There's not like that much stuff going backwards to what memories they have from the previous games. So I guess for those people it might not be that noise. Apologies for the sound again. It's a bit loud. Doesn't look like it's enough, so maybe we'll bend it just a little bit more. I guess that's better. But yeah, now we would need to start using our brain again. So we would need to do the 110 between here. So since it goes like, so yeah, it would be like this and then going that way. So we would need this guy to be on that side. Yeah. It's basically in the middle, so it doesn't matter which way we pull it, this way or the other way. Which one is which? So I guess it goes like, it would go like this, surely. I think I'll have to measure again, but just that we don't make it the opposite of what we want it to be. Yeah, I think it would be like this then. So it would be 280 this way and then 110 this way. Kratos tells stuff to the boy too, so it kind of helps. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, that's actually like a, I don't know if I can say like a wise mechanic, because it's also like story related, but that's like a nice thing for the player, that even if you're new to the series, you get like some of the stuff from the previous, what happened in the previous episode. So it would be something like this. So yeah, if our calculations are anywhere correct. It looks long, but I guess it's also that part is a bit wider, so I guess it makes sense. So I'm assuming it's correct. So let's go from here then. Do a bit over. And now the question is again, how do we get it out? I guess if I just lift this part and rotate it like this, assuming it doesn't hit that, we could get it out. And there we go. That's the corner then. I'll also carry this where it needs to be, and then I'll get you guys. Because I guess we could like tie these up again and then just maybe do a hydrate before the last few pieces we need. I feel like my clothes will be hella rusted up just for like having to touch these things. Yep, so that's there now. So let's get you guys here, and there's also the one more rebar angle there that I made. I should also take the measuring tape. good old measuring tape. My brother already said that I should buy a new one because it's a bit stuck. But now it's already, like, I think it heard that it's getting replaced, so it's now on its best behavior. Because it hasn't been stuck too bad, at least since then. So yeah, this is what we just did. So it goes like this and this. So there should be the 40 centimeter overlap over there. And then it should be like whatever rest is like going here, and then the 110 should be keeping it middle in there. So again, we'll see. I'll bring this guy over there because that's where it's needed. It's over there. So get there. Oh yeah, it went far too long, far too wide. So yeah, let's first put this guy so that we measure it from here, then go in and confirm that it's over the 40 centimeter that they need to overlap. So that's all good. Let's hope. Hopefully. So again, we'll measure from the sides. Yeah, that's not too bad. Yeah, so I think something like this would work. Could maybe go just a tad bit, yeah, a bit further that way. Yeah, that looks good. So then we have to make sure that over there it's overlapping for the 40 centimeter. If it is, we can basically put it together then. Yeah, it's easily overlapping the 40. I'll first tie it up here, because if I tie it up there, I think the whole thing will move. So again, I'll tie it from here first. Maybe also from there, so that it would move less. So yeah, now I think I can tie up the rest of it. Squeak, squeak. So yeah, that's now done. And then we only need this side and that side, and of course this one is still hasn't been like tied up all the way, so we'll tie this side as well. You're not actually seeing, sorry for that. I'll turn you guys. Maybe even move you guys. Although you guys are a bit high up, so I guess this would work. So yeah, we'll tie this guy as well. It's missing a small piece here, but I don't know if a 120 long will be long enough, because we need to have the 40 centimeter overlap on both ends, so we might have to cut in a piece for that. But yeah, so again, I'll just measure if this is in the middle and then tie it up. But of course, I'll again go there and check that the overlap is enough. So it would be there. I guess I can already go see if there's enough overlap. It looks like there's plenty overlap here. There are crazy amounts, like 50 centimeters or so. So well enough. Plenty enough. Let's tie it up. So yeah, then I only need to tie up that far end there, and then we just take the last measures. Oh yeah, actually there's still the one we could go in and tie. Let's put one more here. So yeah, I think that's good. I don't want to tie the last one because if there's the overlap, I would rather just tie them together with the overlap. So we'll leave that for now. So yeah, then there's the one more corner I made. Let's go get that one. I'll carry you guys. Need to be here. So previously I had a corner from those 120 centimeter long ones, and it was made so that it was 60 and 60. And then when I like tried it on this corner here, it didn't overlap enough. So that's why I made another one. I guess this distance should be good. Yeah, this one is actually a bit harder to hold here. Just keep it there. And there we go. That's another corner finished. So yeah, then we would only need to do the last few bits. So this corner here is missing a bit. So as you can see, these are not touching. So it ends here, the other one goes there. So we need to get those connected. So it might be that could be maybe done with the 120 centimeter long, we'll see. And then we need this part here to connect to this guy. So I need to take the measure from this, and then the final bit would be to connect this to this here. So it's not, we only need like 3 pieces before we're done. But yeah, I think we'll have a hydrate here in between. I was thinking, do I take the measures before, but I think we'll take the measures after hydrate as well. Although I could like put them in the chat, but it doesn't really take that long either way. So I'll just go and hydrate now. So yeah, just 3 more rebars missing, I think. That should be all then. For the main building rebars, I mean. Not for the... Because we still need to start then doing the L-shaped rebars, like they're pointing upwards every 40 centimeters. So we need to start doing those as well. But the idea with the stick I had is that with these rebars going in the middle, I can put them on one side, like everywhere. So that should be faster to do, because it's like less measuring needed, just like putting them in there and like using the tying machine for it. So hopefully that'll be faster than this was. But yeah, so I'll go for an hydrate break. I also need to blow my nose. But that's, I guess, every day, every half an hour business. But yeah, the weather is really nice with the small amount of sun. Again, the sun is like already low enough that it's not like shining in my eyes. So it's not too bad. And also since it's not raining, because there's been some weeks then it was like, the forecast was like there's out of the 7 days it's like 6 days raining and 1 day maybe raining. So this week I think it was only like there's a possibility of rain on like, oh, I think it was raining on Wednesday, but not in the evening. So again, it wasn't too bad. Not too bad. Not too bad, but yeah, let's get something to drink. I really need to grease the door, but I keep saying that I'm not doing anything about it, so I think the tools for that are back home, which is a problem. Because most of the tools we have are here. But I think the like general purpose grease thingy I've had is, I think that's back home, so I would need to remember that. I would need to remember the need for the grease back home and not here, because it doesn't help if it's not here then. But yeah, let's drink something before we finish it. Hopefully. Yeah, depending on the measures we need, we'll either cut those rebars or, well, I guess that would make the most sense. We'll see if we can use the bolt cutters for it, because I do have the power tools, so I can like get the angle grinder thingy to cut them as well. So either way works. Might have missed it, but how much more rebar do you have to add for the foundation? So we have to add like one of those 10mm rebars going everywhere. So that's what I was doing, like placing just one alongside all those that are already there. But then I also need to put in like sort of like hooks, so they're like an L-shaped rebar, so they're like pointing upwards. So that's where the walls will connect. So those need to be added, but those are not like going alongside it. They're just like protruding out of it every 40 centimeters. So after I've done all of these that I'm now doing, so like everywhere where there's foundation mold, there needs to be one of those added. I'm almost done on the main building with that, but then after that there's only those coming upwards, so the L shaped. So it's like an L because it like gets tied from the bottom and then it goes upwards, so where the walls then can connect. So those need to be added every 40 centimeters, so there's gonna be hundreds of them, because there's hundreds of meters of foundation here. So if you say we have ordered like 175 meters of the foundation mold, I'm assuming there's like maybe like 160 meters of actual wall here. So if you then calculate that every 40 centimeters, oh boy, yeah, so there's gonna be hell lots of these L-shaped ones going upwards. But I'm hoping those would be faster, because again, what I did there, what I was aiming to do there, is that I can just like put them against those ones that are in the middle, so I can just like go in, hook them in there, and just use the machine to like tie them up. And again, the 40 centimeters is easy to calculate, because there's like on the foundation mold, there's like those irons going upwards every 20 centimeters. So I can just like take two of those gaps and put them always right next to each other like that. So it should be doable. We'll see. I was actually already thinking today that we would like do that as well, but I don't know. I think we'll be happy if we get all the walls with the extra rebar added, because that's already quite a lot. And I'm already like proud that we got the bendings done, because those I was like extremely worried about like doing them alone, because it would have been easier if there was like someone else here as well to like hold the one end, so that they wouldn't be like flinging everywhere. But I managed. And I think if I had like another person here, it would also be like they would be mostly just standing about, because there's like not that much to do outside of like just holding those when I'm bending the rebar. So for that sake, I'm not too mad about only being here alone, because there's like a certain kind of pressure if you ask someone to come in and help, and they're just like standing about. It's also like it's like wasting their time, sort of. Emotional support, yeah, it would be someone coming in here for emotional support, yeah, exactly. So it's not too bad that I was able to do this alone. There's still quite a lot of work to do on the garage building as well, because I was here during the week, like in the evenings, to tie those foundation molds on the main building. So they are both tied with the machine on the upper part and then by hand on the lower part. So I actually finished the lower parts yesterday. It was like 8 p.m. or something that I was here, like when I finally finished all the ones on the main building. But the garage building, they have all been connected, so that's something I needed my brother or someone else to help me with. But now I would need to tie them up as well, so there's quite a lot of work on that as well for the garage building then. Luckily it's a bit smaller, so the garage building should be like a tad bit faster. But I also like calculated on how many like inner areas are there on the garage building, and there's equal amount. So unfortunately there's like equal amounts of corners and stuff inside the garage building as there is on the main building. So because again, every corner we've had to like cut those molds and like make angles and stuff, and when you like cut those, you have to tie them together. So for every corner you make, you have like extra work coming for your way. So the amount of corners is the same. So basically I think it might be equally slow to do the garage building, even if the distances are like slightly smaller. So there's plenty of work to do there. I will hopefully get today and asked the concrete people, so the ones that could come in and pour the concrete, then like when would it be possible and what would it cost to get the concrete poured. So that's something I'm not like I'm of course looking forward to getting it done, but at the same I'm like stressing about how well it will go, because I know some like horror stories about those kind of days. So let's say I'm that worried about it. Slightly worried, guys. Yeah, also Bogus, if you're free on whenever that day would be, like when we're pouring concrete, it would be nice if I could get you here to help as well. It would mostly probably be like either holding the hose that like pours the concrete down. It's not basically anything else than just walking with it, because I'm hoping the machine can go like close enough, because I know that they have like extremely long arms that they can like go above and then just like spew the concrete from above. So I'm hoping it would like have the reach to go all the way. I'm quite confident they do, because they can like drive really close to it, and I'm assuming they can go like 40 meters or something. Maybe not that much, but I'm assuming like at least 20 meters, and that's almost enough for the corner to corner. So let's hope that they can get the hose far enough. Because I've been in a concrete pouring, like helping my father do it, and back then we did it so that the house had a roof already, or it was like a garage, so it had a roof already, and we were like pouring concrete on the floor. But since the hose came up from high up, and then we had to basically bend it through the like from the open door, so we had to bend it through the door, and then like it was so heavy. So I'm hoping we could just like pour it from above, not having to bend the pipe too much, because it's like a rubbery pipe, but with the concrete in it, it's like hella heavy when it like starts spewing it. So let's hope that the machine has reach for this. But yeah, we are still like rebar wise somewhat far from getting that done. Like getting to that part of the work. But I'm thinking maybe I could like on Sunday I could maybe put those L-shaped bars in there, and then I would like during next week, during the evenings again, I could be tying here the foundation molds together. So next Friday we could be doing this same thing, but for the garage building. Because I'm hoping the earliest it would be the concrete pouring would be, is it like 17th? I think that's Friday. Friday the 17th would be, I think, the earliest for the concrete pouring. The other one would be like 24th. I'm willing to help, but gotta hash out the logistics. Yeah. Either I guess like either with the train here, I could come and pick you up from like the train station. Or another thing, if I get my father to help, he could like pick you up because he's coming from there, so he could like pick you up on the way. So I guess it should be sort of easy to sort out. Of course, if there's like any expenses, I would like gladly pay for those, and like food and stuff. So yeah. Police brutality. I'm willing to help. I'm neither physically able or in the country. Can't believe this. Can't believe this brutality. But you're in spirit. You're helping. So that's more than many others. Can't believe the haters. I don't know who those are, but surely there are haters here, like manifesting things to go wrong. So I'm happy there's someone like on our side, even if in a spiritual level. Oh, you're willing to pay for expenses? Oh dear, I shouldn't have said that. There's a, if you get me a ticket, I can easily get on the train. Yeah, but I think like either way, either that or then like my father drive. Because again, like if my father is like, I'm assuming it would be around the time that like he would just drive in here and be here when it's needed, and like drive immediately after away. So it could also work. But if you would prefer a train, I don't mind. Cheers to your bank account. Can't believe Owen is coming from all the way from Australia. Be like, yeah, I'm here to help. Can't believe this. Should never have said that, but even then I feel like it would have been like Nat or someone who like appreciated it more, getting a ticket to Finland. I was like, there's a massive dog here, but apparently there's someone like walking it. So it was like a long way before the person walking it like surfaced. So I was a bit worried that there's a massive dog just like walking itself. But yeah, it's on a rope, so it's all good. Pay my travel expenses and I'll come leaning on a shovel all day. Can't believe it. Yeah, it was a big dog. I didn't want to turn it because there was a person on it and they're like on the road, so let's not film outsiders. Can't believe this. But yeah, a surprise dog came. But yeah, Skelly coming in. Yeah, it's actually, I don't know what would be the because if you're coming from Tampere, I think trains would come quite nicely from there. So I guess it wouldn't maybe not be too bad. But I'm assuming you'll be working on Fridays though. so I'm assuming it would have to be like the easiest day. It would be Friday, but I don't know. It depends on the companies with the like the concrete pouring abilities if they have those available or not. Because let's say if I get to pick and choose, I would say like 1 p.m. Friday. That would be like the perfect time for let's start. Because I'm assuming it doesn't take us longer than like hour to maybe 2. I'm assuming 2 at least, but like probably not like 3 hours or so. I guess it depends on how fast they can rotate the trucks. Because I'm assuming it's not enough for like one truck. So, but Skelly, I might not be kidding. Hello, we need all the hands. Hello, it's a stressful thing because I don't know how many people we would need here. Like what are the jobs that are involved? Because I know there's one person should be vibrating the concrete. So I bought one of those machines that you can like just stick into the concrete and it like shakes it up. So it like tries to get the air bubbles out. So I know one person should be doing that at all times, and that one is on a socket, so it's not a battery operated. So it would have to have like a extension cord following them, which would make it a bit like annoying, I guess. So for like one person being able to maybe like carry the extension cord whenever it needs to be moved, that would be nice. But then like one person needs to be on the hose at all times. So I would hope there would be like 2 to 3 people that we could rotate. Although I don't know how rough it is, because the only memories again I have is from like when my father was pouring the concrete on his garage floor, and again it was diabolical because it had roof on it already, and there were like those 2 doors, like those garage doors, just like open holes in there, but we had to like push the whole hose thingy back in there and like hold it up. I remember I was like trying to get it on my shoulder, but I'm so tall that I was like unable to. And then I was just like standing so that I was like having it on my leg. And I remember I had like a bruise here basically because it was like smacking on it quite hard. Yeah, I would need to use my flex hours for traveling, which I don't really want to do because I'm saving them for holidays. Don't have proper vacation days accumulated. Yeah, of course not assuming you'd be coming, but yeah, just saying that while you might be kidding, I might be like, Skelly, you promised. Can't believe you can't believe this. I will be like a complete martyr about it. Can't believe this. But yeah, of course not. Again, like my brother was also saying that unfortunately he's working on Fridays, so I don't think he'll be able to come in here. And I'm like, let's say 99% sure that the concrete people are not coming by weekends. So I'm assuming the only times we could get them are like during the week. And now again, the best day for me would be Friday because I'm off on Fridays, but I could get like a day off, like I have like hours in. So it doesn't matter for me the day, but it would be maybe easier for someone else to get here on Fridays. Crying rat tears over there, yeah, exactly. delete the just kidding message. You have digital evidence of the promise. Yeah, can't believe this. What do you mean pouring concrete sounds like a great holiday? Exactly. Yeah, Skelly, can't believe you're like jumping at the chance of getting some concrete pouring experience on your CV. Now that you're not like looking for jobs anymore either. So yeah, definitely need that in your CV. What's actually CV? What's it? Is it like curriculum vitae or something? What's it short for? I have heard it, but I might be throwing about something completely different. I'm assuming it's something Latin, but it couldn't be. Could be something just like a. I can't come up with a bad enough English word. You guys can come up with those. Bullied by chat and streamer. Can't believe the red cards. Can't believe this. Skelly, it's never bullying here. Can't believe this. Diabolical. Diabolical accusations. Truly diabolical. But I have to say I'm really proud of those bends that I made. I was 100% sure that I would like completely botch them. It's actually good here that we had like a tolerance because again, I don't think we could have done them in like, let's say, within a centimeter. Not at least like first try. We could have like done it and be like, okay, this one is completely messed up. And then like how much did we mess it up and try to like fix it. Even then it could be like maybe third or fourth time that we would actually nail it. But yeah, I can't wait for the Hannu to come in and see these. Because he will need to inspect the rebars and I guess the tyings as well. So I'm actually curious about his comment on whether these will last or not. Because he's been with like I would assume like hundreds of concrete pourings, so he should be able to immediately tell if these won't hold the concrete or not. But I'm actually not that worried about whether it like holds the concrete or not, because I would like be extremely surprised if the concrete would like, if it would like completely expand on some like corner or whatever. I would be surprised if it would like completely explode, because these are like actual molds for this. So I'm assuming these would like last and hold the concrete quite nicely. The only thing I'm a bit worried about is whether or not the plastic that we've been like shanking through, if those things like keep. But we'll have to tape them quite heavily. So I guess that's hopefully enough. And then another thing I'm a bit worried about is the height differences. So whether or not these are actually still on the same level or not. We'll have to use the laser to like mark where we want the concrete at, because the molds are higher than the 20 centimeters that we'll be pouring in before. You need to do all of these rebar again. Don't even. What the hell? What the hell? That's the. I can't remember what's the name of that, but yeah, that's the hanging man, the hanging skeleton emote. Yeah, that would be diabolical. I don't know what I would do at that point, because guys, I'm already stressing heavily about the spring, because there's nothing has like changed in the effect of like us getting a loan really. So like the problem with why we are not building any further than these foundations, because we're not getting a loan to do it, and nothing has like changed. Ain't no way. Yeah, ain't no way exactly. Yeah. So yeah, that the thing is like that worries me is that if we are here at the same spot in the spring, that okay, we still didn't get any loans, so we're just like twiddling our thumbs for another year. So yeah, that's what I'm worried about. So I don't know, like an added pressure of, yeah, you have to redo all this rebar stuff. You just have to like go in and open all those tyings you've done. That would be diabolical. Oh, that height difference. I thought you were scared to be exposed as short. I think I already got, like my brother was saying that, like if you're 188 or something tall, it's like 6 feet or less. And I still don't, I feel it hard to believe. Can someone actually do the calculations? How many feet and inches are you if you're 188 centimeters? By the way, how long before you found the sponsorship? Can't believe we haven't gotten approached. Can't believe this. Gosh damn banks ruining my content. Yeah, it's looking like that. It's also the market, because if we would just get because again, like I have two apartments. One is like, we have this diabolical arrangement that Elina is renting the one apartment from me. We had this for the longest time. Because again, in Finland, if you live together, a man and a woman live together, whoever makes more money has to like pay for the other person while the other person like studying and stuff. So yeah, that's why we made this arrangement that I bought a apartment for Eguna to rent. 6 feet 2 inches. Okay, so yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because my brother was saying like, yeah, if you're 188, you're like 6 feet, and like I'm not surely some inches. No, it's just 6 feet, and I'm like surely not. So yeah, that sounds more like it. Don't worry, when I get on stream, let's claim I'm 180 and you'll see 210. That's actually diabolical. I wonder how we could pull that off. Like we just need to get something like smaller hammers or something, so that like we would both like look lot taller than we actually are. So yeah, that's actually, if you hadn't said it out loud, I feel like now you might have ruined it for some of these people here. Maybe they catch on to us now. So unfortunately, you might have like jinxed it for now. Can't believe this. Yeah, kid hammers. Yeah, exactly one of those. Like just those plastic hammers. And then the guy comes in with like the concrete truck, like coming in with the hose and stuff, and we're here just playing with like plastic hammers and stuff. And the guy's just like makes a. In internet we say he makes a 360 when he wants to turn around, but actually he wouldn't like facing the same direction. But maybe he was like already going away for some other reason. Just gonna use the heirloom bolt cutters. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, the heirloom bolt cutters is to make me look taller. The problem with that is actually it also makes me look weaker, because if I like say that, yeah, these are hella long, these are goddamn 2 meters long, and then I'm like trying to get just like one 6mm bolt or like rebar cut, and I'm like not doing it. So I feel like it's a double-edged sword right there, making me look taller but also weak AF. Gonna rub his eyes like it's a mirage. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be will be the talk of the lunchroom for weeks. They were like, the guys like, I first looked at them and I thought they were giants, but they were just cuckoo crazy bonkers. But yeah, so for those that just recently joined, we've been working hard, and then we've been hardly working, but mostly we've been working hard, I swear, guys. So we've added a rebar. I know that's extremely exciting. So we have added a rebar going lengthwise everywhere except here and here, and then there's one piece missing from that right corner there. So we will need to get those, and after that we've done. So we have placed these rebars everywhere else. So we've gone through all of the side areas, and then we've gone through here, and we've gone through here, and we've made this wiggly one. So guys, we've done a lot of wiggling. I can't believe this. Rebar! It's like a maze. Yeah, it actually is. Also, hello Justin. Hi, I see the house is coming along well. Yeah, it is coming along. I have to say that to me it feels like it's always at the same spot. But I do like the guys, when you guys coming in and like do note that there's been some changes at least. So yeah, today we've been adding these rebars. I'm especially proud, I have to say, like if anything else, I have to say I'm especially proud and happy about how well these guys worked. So you can see this one here, it bends first this way and then again this way. So I was like, I made a double bend on it. So I made it bend over. What the hell? That's diabolical. Surely not. And then we have two of those as well on here. So this one actually was the first one I made. Like first of those double bends, so it comes from here, bends once this way and then another times that way. And we have a mirrored one here, so they meet in the middle here, and then there's another one going like that with another bend like that. But yeah, you can see basically here, so there's always, they need to overlap 40 centimeters, so that's why there's always, some of them are like two going alongside each other. Let's fucking go, rebar! Yeah, it's a rebar party here, guys. But yeah, so the few parts that we still missing rebars are these two sides here. So this one going that way and then this one going that way. So I'll have to measure how long of a rebar do we need for those. And then there's again a small piece missing. Small piece missing from here, so it like goes from here to almost the side there, but we need to add a piece, and the thing is, again, they need to overlap 40 centimeters. So if there's like a, let's say like a 40 centimeters missing here, we would need it to be like 120 because of the overlap then. So yeah, I'll go measure those. I can maybe first measure that one. Almost showed you guys the chat phone. That would have been diabolical. You would have seen your own messages. That's surely like seeing yourself from the past, making you lose your mind. Surely, guys. But yeah, so I would need to measure how much is it from here to here. So it's 66 centimeters. So we basically need a 146 centimeter long one that's spent like the last 40 centimeters is made. We could maybe make like a, let's say a 2 meter one. I guess it depends. We could like check the other ones here. So let's say, what did I say? It was 146. So if this was 66, yeah. So 66 is the distance between those two. So let's put in the chat. The minimum we would need is a 146. So let's put in 150 with the bend at the end. 160. I'm putting in XM. Why is it not? Okay, there it is. With bend. I'm happy about the suggestions because I was typoing like crazy, guys. Typoing. Also trying to see that which way did I turn, you guys. I see that you have been like turned 1,000 times from the same angle. So yeah, now I would need to measure how much do we need for this part to connect. Again, it needs the 40 centimeters on both ends. So actually we need to have like the exact measure and then the bends on both ends. So it's actually gonna be a bit of a tricky one to make, or like a nuisance at least. And then I'll need to measure how much from here to here. 150 for the one there, and let's measure this one. Let's measure this guy here. So this is 305, so it would be 385. So let's say 305, because that's actually an accurate measure. 304 would be better. So 304, can't believe. 304 with double bend. Guys, I'm making up these as I go. These are not something you can go to someone else. What do you reckon is the allowable tolerance? It's in the pictures they need to be overlapping 40 centimeters. So as long as we're over that, it's all golden. So that's why I've been like mostly making them. I have actually a stick that I've been using it to measure, like when I've been putting them overlapping, and that stick is 41. So just that I know that we are above the needed like overlap. So that's from the plans 160 plus 2 bend. Where is that going? The one over there that was the 150 with bend, it only needs one bend because the other one is going straight. So similarly to this one here, so we only need to bend that side. So this far end needs the bend going that way because then it connects to this one. But this one here, since it's already going the same direction, it can just go overlapping the 40 centimeters here. So this one again only needs the one bend. So we'll, yeah, as long as there's an overlap, yeah, 40 centimeters overlap is what's in the design or like the pictures. So that's that much we need. Because again, these are like for like structural integrity. So this is 291. So basically 291 plus 80 would be 3. How is it so hard? What did I say? 295. 291 would be 371 surely. Surely. 371 with one bend. So that would be the one bend, would be the one on that end. So those are the ones we need. Do I have all of them? Where did that? I'm sure I made a message. Wait, what happened to it? Did it not send? What the hell? What did I say it was? Can't believe this, guys. I'm sure I typed it. Can't believe this. No, it's in there. It was just delayed. So yeah, 291, so 371. 150 with bend, 304 with double bend, and 371 with bend. Yeah, so the double bend is the only one with exact measure, because the exact measure is between here, because it has a bend on both ends. Because again, it needs to bend here, so it goes like this, then bends and gets attached to this side, and then the other side it goes like this, then bends and attaches to that side. All of the others we can like overlap them as much as we need. So as long as it like ends with a bend that's at least a 40 centimeter one, so that we can attach it there. It doesn't matter if it overlaps. Of course it can be like 1,000 meters over, so that it doesn't go over that, and the same on that side, but I guess for that it's so much easier with that already. But yeah, so now the question is, since we have 6 meter long rebars there, and we need 150, 304, and then 371. And again, the 304, it can be longer, just that the middle part needs to be the 304. So if we make it, let's say 3 and actually, was that the? I think that was the distance between, was it not? So that's without the added 80 centimeters. Yeah, so 304 was the distance between them. So we need at least 384 when we like actually cut it. So yeah, we could do, what would be the most sensible one? Because we'll be left with some rebar, like regardless. But I'm thinking if we do like a 4 meter one, then a 2 meter one, and then maybe 4 meter one, and we are left with like a 2 meter one we could use for something else. I think that would maybe make sense. Because I don't think we want to be left with like 30 centimeter piece of rebar. So let's say that we like make it without any like added measures. So we would have like the 384, add that to the 150 we'd need. We would be left with like some, I guess 70 centimeter one, a bit less I guess. So I don't think we would use that for anything. So I would rather just have them inside here for added support. How long are the hooks you make later? They are 80 centimeters. I've made them already, but I don't think we have enough, do we? Because we could also, that's a good point. So if we have extra, we could like, if we have 80 centimeters to spare, we could use that as well. So does it actually come up with any combo that we could use those? So it would be 4 and yeah, it's just short of 80. 371 with bend. That's surely with, yeah. So that was the measure with the, can't believe I keep second guessing myself with this. But then again, there's this saying that measure twice and cut once, so I guess we are in that spirit. So yeah, this was the 291. So if we do the 371 and then 150, that would be just a centimeter short of 80, would it? That would be 521, would it not? So yeah, that would be just short, but I guess it could be doable. It depends on how accurate we can measure. I would maybe not like it to be that accurate though, because then we run the risk of like the overlap being a bit short. So maybe let's just leave out the 2 meters or so. So yeah, the one thing I mentioned already before is that the next challenge we'll have is how do we cut these? Because again, I do have the Makita angle grinder thingy I can use for cutting. So that is an option. We can go in and bring it. But if we only need to cut 3 rebars, like to make 3 cuts basically, I would think that I will at least try with the bolt cutters, because it will be so much faster if I don't have to go in and get the angle grinder and get the battery for it and all that stuff, because there's also like the safety equipment and all that stuff. So it is a bit of a burden for just 1 or 2 cuts, or 3 in this case. I would blow my nose. I escaped to blow my nose. So yeah, let's bring the bolt cutters then. I guess if I have them on the ground, I could maybe have enough strength to cut a 10mm one. The ones in the mold, in the foundation mold that we've been cutting with these bolt cutters, they are like 6 and 8mm ones. So this is again 2mm thicker than any of those that we've cut before. So I'll be interested in how easy it is. Do I bring in the heirloom ones? Do we try with the heirloom ones? Can't believe this. Imagine if the can't hurt comment was for the do I use the heirloom ones. For those that just joined in, the heirloom I'm referencing here is my father was like, I have bolt cutters you can use, and he gave me these. And we can barely cut the 6mm one with these. So I went ahead and bought these boys. so these guys can actually cut through the rebar without you losing your sanity and your muscles. So we won't be using these heirloom ones. For the 10mm ones, I just brought them here for shits and giggles. But yeah, so I think I'll just yeet one of those rebars somewhere here and we'll take a measure and try to get them cut. Because again, like bike thieves, and they like do it so that they basically put it on the ground like this and cut it. So we could maybe try and do that to get it cut. so maybe these will work. Because again, we can cut the 8mm ones kind of okay with these. With the molds it's hard because you're inside the mold, so you can't like do it against the ground like I just showed you. So maybe with this against the ground technique we can do it easy. We'll see. But yeah, so I guess the question then is what are the lengths that we'll end up with. So which ones will we do? It's like clear that we'll have to use 2 of these. The only thing that's not clear is how much is left. So if we need the 150 with the bend and then 384 with the double bend. I wonder if what it would make it easier to like count, because then we need to be like quite accurate with the inner side of it. So like if we make it 4 meters, we can just like minus 304, we're left with 96 and divided by 2 it would be, is it 48? We'll have to do it with the calculator. But yeah, I guess that would work. So let's take a, how long one, this is a 6 meter one. We can actually take a measure, but I think I did once and it looked like it's correct, but now that it's here, so I think it's easier to do. But these ones should be 6 meters each. That won't hold. Still doesn't look like it will stay there. This one is a 5 meter ruler, so we can only take it up until here, but I can take the rest of it. But yeah, I don't know if there's much more that we can optimize. You guys are on computers though, so yeah, it is 6 meters. Might be like a centimeter short or something, but basically 6 meters. Because again, if we have any extra 80 centimeter ones, we could use them for the L-hook thingies. So that would work. So if we take, let's say we take the 80 centimeters off of it, we're left with 520. Yeah, it's just a centimeter short from the from the 150 plus the 371, is it not? Yeah, it is. So yeah, I don't think that works. But then if we like do the if we do 380, would that be, no, I was thinking that would leave us with, is it 220 then? Trying to do quick maths here, guys. Can't believe this. I think I might have to pull out my calculator for this one, if there's any optimizations to do. Let's move you guys so you can see this better mayhaps. Although I will be behind there maybe. But yes, so 6 meters minus 150, let's say 160, because 600 minus 160 would be 440. If we divide that by 80, yeah, it's 5.5, so that's no good. That's no good. Yeah, I don't see there's a combo where we'd be like left with like a nice amount of those 80 centimeter ones. But maybe I have not seen it yet. Yeah, because we are always left with like awkward measures. So maybe we'll just do the first one. So it would be, how much do you want for a bend? It has to be at least 40, but again, it would be nice if it was like, let's say, a 10 centimeter extra or whatever, so the angle wouldn't be too sharp, because we do lose some with the angle. But most of them, of course, like the whatever's extra we can use for the bend. But yeah, will there be like a optimized solution, or do I just start cutting? If I can, that is. we still don't know if I can use those to cut this. I'm assuming it should work. They look like hella large for the size of this guy. So it would look like it would work. But yeah, I'm thinking 160 for the first one. I think we can take that much without stressing too much. So 160 would be there. I'm waiting if there's gonna be a solution. If you cut 1 meter off of that one and weld another 50 centimeters, then you get absolutely nothing and you're gonna be angry. I can't believe the solution. But yeah, 160 would be here, ready to go. I think I'll feed it by hand. So almost made it. So yeah, 160 would be going here. Let's do this. It is actually hella hard. I'm not sure if it's cutting or if it's just like bending. Yeah, that was loud. But yeah, we did get it. We did get it cut, so I guess it is doable. My ears are ringing, so apologies for you. I guess that was a bit loud for you guys as well. For my ears are ringing like crazy now. So yeah, apologies. So that would be the first one. So the shortest one. Shortest one we need. Let's bend that one. Again, we need at least 150 for the straight part. I mean the 110, I guess. What the hell? What the hell? This should be the 160, yep. So we'll bend it at around 110, somewhere like here. Yep, let's bend it there. So yeah, this would be the smallest corner there. So this is what's needed there. Then we continue. So yeah, there's the 304. So yeah, if we take the rest of it, it should now be like 4 meters 40 centimeters, I guess. This we should be able to measure all the way because it's less than 5 now. Yeah, 440 exact. So do we just take this one? We'll just have more overlap, but I don't think that matters. That shouldn't be too bad. Just trying to think where did this actually go. So it goes in between those. Yeah, there should be enough space to like just put the overlap. Shouldn't matter. So that should be all good. So then if we have 440 minus the 304, let's do this with the calculator to be safe. 440 minus 304 divided by 2, so we have 68 centimeters on both ends for the bend. If you cut 20, you have 50 for the bend. Yeah, I would like around that much, but what would I do with the cut 20? So if I leave it as is, we'll have 68 centimeters on both ends. So there's basically, how much then? 28 plus 28, 56. 56 extra. But that would be just like garbage, basically. So I would rather put it in there than like throw it away. because it's also like you can't really put this in like bio waste, so it's like a bit hard to recycle as well. So I think I will just use this as is. So I'll just measure the 68 centimeters where I bend it, and then try to get it as accurate in a measure the 304. So we just have like I mentioned, the overlap minimum 40 centimeters. We'll have 68 with this one, but that's all good. It doesn't matter if there's more than needed, as long as there's not less than is needed. So I think we'll just do this. We'll just do this as is. Let's do this. But yeah, so like an extra piece of 50 centimeter rebar is basically just like wasted. Oh, I didn't consider that leaving more than 50 would be fine. Oh yeah, it doesn't matter if if there's more than enough rebar there. So yeah, it doesn't matter if there's we could have like an extra meter of them overlapping. That wouldn't be an issue. It's gonna be stronger the more rebar there is. So that's basically the opposite of an issue. But again, if we cut, let's say, the 20 centimeters off of this, and then we just have a 20 centimeter rebar piece that we're just waving around here, because you can tie those to anything, because they have to have the overlap. So again, when I was cutting these 80 centimeter ones, I left 120 centimeter ones. So I have a pile of those there. Because again, when you cut from 6 meters, 80 centimeters, 80 centimeters, 80 centimeters, you're either left with a 120, or then you're left with a 40 centimeters, and you can't use 40 centimeters for anything. So for that sake, I got too fixated on 50 being ideal. Yeah, I can see that happening. So yeah, we'd just rather have more is more here. So yeah, let's bend it here. The first bend is not that, it doesn't have to be that exact, because we can then just measure the distance between this and the next one, and that has to be the 304, and the closer to that we get, the better. Now the question is, which way do we rotate this so that we get it out? I guess we'll do this like so, and turn this like so, and then it actually doesn't matter if we bend this guy, it can go either way. And by either way I mean that it can go it can be this shaped, or it can be U-shaped. Doesn't really matter which way it goes in this case. But yeah, I would rather it be sort of straight still. So more like this, instead of one going downwards and one going sideways. So that would not be good. So I think this should work. But yeah, now I think it would make more sense to take the measure from there, because this one will be crazily long enough. It should be somewhere here where the bend needs to be, but for the measurement's sake it was 304 is the goal between these two. So I'll just measure the 304. Yeah, it actually is really close. It'll be somewhere there, I guess. It's still, again, for me, I feel I still don't have a eye for where does the inner measure go to, because when you start bending it, it sort of extends it as well. It sort of pushes it forwards. So it's hard to me to tell okay, this here is the 304, because it's not it's not it goes like this. It sort of bends it. So the exact measure is a bit tricky to get. Yeah, this one needs to go there. Is the measure still correct? I feel it should be. Let me measure it. Measure twice, guys. Bend once. It's the new saying. I don't believe it. Denied. Three or four, yep. And then we bend again, boys. a bit too much maybe. So we might have to take that away. Maybe can we do it here even? That might be better now. But yeah, now we would need to get it out. Is this the easiest way? Can't believe it. There we go. So yeah, do we dare to measure it? What do you guys think? I keep thinking of Futurama Bender. On what part? What the hell? It's 301. Can't believe this guy. It's a few centimeters short. We'll see how it fits. I think it should be fine. I'd rather actually it be a few centimeters shorter than it would be wider, because if it was wider it would push the other ones. Just the word. Oh, I see. Oh yeah, the bending, yes. So then we would need a 371 from another one of these. So yeah, I'll just get a, guess we could lift this guy away from here, somewhere here. And then again we'll take a complete 6 meter one and we'll cut. But that also means that we only need to cut with those bolt cutters twice. So this is the second time, because we now use the rest of it. I don't know how loud was it for you guys, because I know there's like a limiter. And I feel like my talking is already on the yellow bar side, so I think the limiter is quite close there already. So, but yeah, I guess we could do like a 4 meter one. Not that loud, okay, I see, because my ears were ringing after, so I have to say it was a little loud for me. So yeah, let's do like a 4 meter one, so we're left with 2 meters. Because this one, as it only needs the one bend, it doesn't matter if it's 50 centimeters the bend or if it's like for like 3 something the length of the straight part or whatever. So this one should be quite nice. So again, it's gonna pop, you guys. Okay, it didn't. I pushed it all the way through, but it didn't do anything. Maybe I'll put it closer to the start of the jaws. Okay, there we go. I guess it did something, but yeah, basically the rebar was there in the middle. There's already quite a heavy gap here, so I guess that's why we had to put it all the way down there. I guess you can adjust it with this screw here, so I would maybe need to look into that. So it's gotten loose. So I guess the limiter works. Yeah, that would make sense. Your voice is about the same volume, to be honest. Okay, nice. Because I feel like that's the ideal way to do it, because then you can adjust the volume. Not that when I'm like talking you can hardly hear, and then when something happens it's like hell loud. So I would rather it be like that. But yeah, so we're basically left with one 2 meter rod we have no use for now. But I'm assuming we'll have use for when we do the same things on the garage building. So I'm assuming there's gonna be use for it. But yeah, so this one then needs to be bent, let's say like a 50 centimeter bend. That should be all good. So yeah, let's do that, and that should be the final one then, final bend. Unless we get carried away and start doing more of these bendings, because there's again like massive piles of these rebars that we would need to bend. So actually maybe we could go through these. There's like 4 piles that still need to be bent. We'll see how much energy I feel like I have when I'm done with this. I'm pushing the bolt cutters there. Yeah, that would work. let's do this bend. Yep, looks good. So yeah, now we have all the parts we need. Actually, do we take it from there? No, it's just us carrying all this to the back of the plot, or I guess front of the plot, where the foundations are. Let's go. Guys, which ones can you carry? What do you mean I have to carry all of it? Can't believe this. Let's put it somewhere here, I guess. That went as well as I expected. So yeah, this one would be the one going like this. Again, we'd like to go underneath the rope there. Something like that. A bit closer there, I guess. So yeah, like that, I guess. BRB, very nice. So yeah, this one then goes to the behind you. I'll go yeet this there. And then there's the U-shaped one. We actually leave with the one extra side, or like a corner piece. We made one extra apparently, because the one was actually too short, so we had to make another one. So I guess that's where that is from. But yeah, so then this one that we still have on the ground, that's for the middle part there. That should be all of these. So it will go like this. Yeah, something like that. And then we'll take the tying machine and the sticks. Again, I have like two different lengths of sticks here, so the longer one is the 40 centimeter overlapping one, and then the shorter one is to make it sure that it's approximately center. So the overlapping ones, I don't think we really need that much, because we have like hella overlap. so there's plenty overlap here with these ones we made. So we basically only need this smaller stick to see where are they in the middle. So I'll put this here. Like so. And so. And then we tie these guys. Like so. And then the other side. Oh, we ran out of. Can't believe this, guys. We ran out of iron thread. So that means we'll have to go in and switch the one. So I guess we'll have a small break for that. I actually didn't even check how much we had left, because I did check at one point, but then back then we had like hella. But apparently I've been chewing through it quite fast, and I don't think I even have any on the case, because there's like on the case there's room for two, but I think I've used those. Yeah, so in the case here on that side there's like room for two of these, but I'll go get some more from the car then. Take the battery out. I'll leave you guys to guard it while I go get more of those. Give me a second. Let's hope the microphone carries actually. Could have kept you where you were so you would be closer to the van, because I have the extra threads there. I'll have to rummage around a bit because I feel like they're on the underneath a lot of stuff. But let's get some more iron thread. So you'll see how do you change one of those. I've done it a few times now. I remember that when I got the machine I also did it the first time then, because it was rusty, the one that was on there. I'm assuming because it hasn't been used for a long time. Actually it wasn't too bad, you can see it. Smaller box. Let's see how many. I don't even remember how many are there in this box. I just remember the larger box had let's say 20 of these rolls in them. So that will last me a lifetime. I feel like, assuming we won't be building too many more houses within my lifetime. That is. I also like how we use this glass outdoor table for this. But yeah, so here's a package. Okay, so this one has 4x3, 12 of these rolls. Actually maybe go for, we sit down while we do this. So again, you take the electricity off of it, so you turn it off. Then you take the battery out. That was stated on the instructions that's what you need to do. So it's without power at the moment, and also the power switch is off. And then there's a lever here. So you push the lever and it unlocks this hinge thingy here, and then you can yeet out the previous one. But before you do that, there's a button on here that you press, and it yanks this red part on it, and that releases the tension from the previous rope. So now the thing is loose. So those two things, when you've done, you can take this out after that. And basically, now that you put them in, you do that in the sort of reverse order, I guess. So there's a window here. You can see into it. I don't know how well you can see into the machine. But now there's in the instructions it said that you should clean the iron rust and dust and stuff in it. I've seen that there's some there, but I guess the first time I took this in use I cleaned it proper, but it doesn't look too bad yet, so I think we've not used it that much yet, so I'll clean it every now and then. But then we just take this new roll, and to prepare this there's where the the thread starts, and then there's tape. So I'll just unroll it until I get all of the tape, and then just remove the tape, of course. So I'll just take that away. I usually just glue it somewhere here. I'll take it to the trash after. And then I just start putting the thread in there. So I'll just open the window and push the, again you should make sure that it's not hella bent. So this one is actually quite bent on there. So now it's sort of straight. So it should feed in there quite nicely. So I'll start feeding it in the machine. I'll just check that it goes straight forwards. And the first time I did it, I got it all the way out, and that was like nice and neat and cool and stuff. But since then I haven't been able to get it like all the way out, so I just push it as far as it goes, then I release the lever, so again the upper lever here, so that it like then it's like holding on to it. So there's like two grinding wheels here that push it forward. So now that this lever is released, so that one there is released, the wheel there like touches the thread again, and that's all there is to it. So now we have another roll in there, and then of course I have to, like, I locked the hand, like the trigger here, so I have to unlock the trigger, and then I of course have to put in a battery and also put in the power. But that's all there should be to it. And again, it says here that you can only use these, the ones that are made for it. I don't know, I only have those, so I'm not gonna be testing any pirate or whatever you'd call those other manufacturers made threads for these. But yeah, so that's how much you left, like how much waste you get from these. So let's say like a 10 centimeter not used. But yeah, that's how you reload this. It's really fast. After you've done it a few times, it's really fast to reload this. So like if you think that it's gonna like make you take a long break for this, let's say you bring out a few of those rolls with you. I guess like depends on how many you would be making, but just having 2 of those rolls I would assume would last you like a workday's worth. But yeah, so whenever you put the power on the machine, like whenever you just toggle the power, it always feeds in some of it, so you can see whether it works or not just by putting the power on it. So I'll just do that. I first unlock the trigger. That's a bit tight. I have to maybe put my gloves on, so I don't have nails for this. So yeah, I'll put the gloves on before I destroy my little nails I have. So yeah, there's a unlocking lever here, so this one is a bit tight. If I can get it, that is. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, now that we put in the power on it, so we just flick the switch, it will feed some, and it always gives you this small piece. So that's a gift. A gift the machine gives you. So I'll just always eat this inside the molds, because my father said that there's no matter how much like extra iron and stuff you have in there, that it's just like you need less concrete if you have more iron there. And I guess like those kind of pieces I would otherwise have to go and recycle, so I just rather they be inside the mold then. But yeah, so that's now this thing reloaded with another thread, another roll of iron thread, so we can continue then. Actually, we could have you guys, we can maybe leave you here for now, because this is where we left off with the tying. So yeah, we'll tie this guy here. So this one basically goes like this. I think I'll get the stick to measure the distance, because again I have a placeholder stick that tells me whether they are in the middle or not. So I'll just check that first. Yeah, that would work. So let's put these two like so. And so. And then we'll just carry on from there. So yeah, I can definitely recommend if you need to do a lot of tying, use a machine like this. Because the only ones I've had to tie by hand, so you can maybe see these guys here on the bottom, these are like different colored, because these were some wires that my father had left over. So these are like copper plated, I think, because there's like 2 different kinds of wires you can buy. So ones are copper plated and the others not. I don't know where would you need the copper plated ones. Like this, at least we didn't have any mentions of needing those. So the ones I bought, if I need more than more than what I got from my father. I just bought this normal kind. But yeah, so that's also now tied, going that way. So then the last thing is the corner there, I think. Or did we? I'll have to go and check because we did run out while I was tying something, so I'll have to go back and check if there's something else that needs tying as well. But yeah, so this corner then, let's tie it up. So yeah, that's this cone. I guess it would have like held on with just the two, but since I have the machine here, I'll just go crazy with it. So yeah, let's go check the last bit we left with when we ran out. So yeah, I think this side here is the where we got, because I can see this one here at least hasn't been tied up all the way. Let's put that one there. That one, maybe one in the middle. Such a long one. A long boy. Yeah, I think that looks like it's all done then. Can't believe this. Can't believe this. So yeah, then I think the question is whether or not we start bending. What time is it actually? Oh yeah, it's already past 4. So I guess we could end it here as well. Maybe see if there's someone to raid. So yeah, this is what we did today. So we went and bent and placed all these rebars. So in the design there was 3 10mm rebars inside these molds, and there's 3 8mm ones here on the foundation mold, and I just like looked up, and 3 of those 8mm ones are the same as 2 10mm ones. So since we need 3 10mm ones, we just have to add one extra everywhere. So that's what we've been doing today. So I've just been adding those rebars. We also need to add these L-shaped rebars that like poke upwards. So that's for the walls to connect to, and for those they need to be 40 centimeters apart. So that's gonna be fun. So I think that's something we'll do on Sunday. So I think the next stream will be on Sunday, and that's what I'm thinking would be the agenda then. But I guess that's all for today then. If you wanna hang out, we can check if there's someone I can take you guys to. If you're in no rush anywhere, that is. But yeah, it did take surprisingly long time to get all that done. I was expecting to make like faster work of it. But I guess like my father always says that no matter what you do when it's like construction related, it takes a long time. So I guess it's pretty much that that being the case here with all of it. But yeah, I noticed Squishy Joshi was at least streaming, I think starting around when we started, so we'll see if he's still live, because we've also been live for 4.5 hours, which is longer than we usually do. I guess it depends on the day as well. On Sunday I think we might be doing like 3 hours or something. Depends on when we start, of course. But yeah, next stream on Sunday, guys. We'll be working on, I think I'll be doing the L-shaped ones. I'm hoping Eguna would join me and maybe she would do the taping, because there's a lot of holes we've poked through the foundation molds when we've done these, like, I don't know what would be the English word for it, but there's like smaller irons going in the mill of them. You might have saw them when we like placed the rebars on top of them, but those are to keep the foundation molds 60 centimeters apart. So that's for like keeping them consistent. So we have like poked holes because of that and all that stuff. So for that sake, we're hopefully getting some tape in there to prevent the concrete from pouring out of all the holes we've made. But yeah, Squishy Josh, he is live, so we'll be raiding. Squishy Josh is playing Silent Hill F, a game I could never. So we can go in there because I could never do that, guys. There's no way in hell I could ever play a horror game. Even less, I feel like Silent Hill would be the worst kinds even. I think there's maybe a few others that I could maybe rank higher than that. When I had a VR headset, I had like the Silent Hill VR for it, and I like tested it a bit, but I was mostly just enjoying others absolutely losing their shit when they were playing the VR horror version. I think it was Silent Hill. I'm pretty sure it was. It was a shorter one, but I still feel like it was branded as Silent Hill, and it was hella spooky. I remember people were losing their shit quite heavily on it. So I had like the ATC Vive, I think it was called. So the first one like Valve was doing with ATC, so HTC I guess. So yeah, I remember those being good times. But again, I could never do that, guys. Not me in a million years. But yeah, I think I'll put us on the end screen before I end, because again there's been some wiggle room on whether the stream ends automatically or not, because we've had a few times, at least one time when the stream hasn't ended. I think Seribot is the one ending it for me, so I was like surprised it didn't end automatically. But yeah, see you on Sunday, guys.